Hello, devs. If you want to take your React skills to the next level, then this is absolutely the course for you. We will be learning the React Router version 6. React Router is the most popular third-party library in the entire React ecosystem. Want to know a fun fact? React Router has been included in 44% of all React projects. This statistic alone is enough to declare React Router as an essential knowledge for any serious React developer. Hello, I'm David Young, and I'm an experienced React developer, and I will teach you React Router, and together we will successfully build 6 projects. These projects go in an order of difficulty, starting from a simple blog app to a multi-step form with navigation. In the duration of this course, we will learn how to install and set up React Router. We will configure routes. We'll learn about the React Router link component, active link, how to catch a 404 unknown route, nested route, the index route, dynamic route, URL parameters, search parameters, relative links, lazy loading, and the projects we're going to be building, starting from a simple blog app to a user management app to an e-commerce store to a recipe app with search to a tax manager app. A multi-step form with navigation is the final app we're going to build. This way, you will put to test the knowledge you've learned on React Router. Each one of these projects have been selected with different areas of React Router for you to hone and practice your skills as we code along. There are different features in each of these applications could help you while you're building your next project. So please, code along with me. Thank you. Hello, devs. We're going to install and set up 7 Vite React projects with React Router library. I just want to get that out of the way first so we don't keep going back and forth with the whole installation process. The first React app we set up would be used to learn about React Router, and the remaining 6 React apps will be used for the 6 projects. Before we go on with this setup, I must mention the prerequisite of this course, which is you should be very familiar with React and its most important hook, the useState hook. And definitely, to set up any React project, we would need Node.js installed. So Node.js is a runtime environment for JavaScript. I have already set up Node.js on my system. However, if you wish to set this up on whatever operating system you use, the installation process is pretty straightforward. Just follow it until you're done. Now, you want to make sure you always install the LTS version. If you're given the option, any other option, you have to make sure you install the LTS version. It keeps you from having any possible bugs. This is the most stable version. Now let's go ahead and verify if Node.js is installed on our system. So to verify if Node.js is installed, you write node -- version. And then it will tell you the version of Node on your system. Mine is currently 18.17.0, but don't worry, even if yours is different, as long as you have the LTS version, you should be fine. Now, let's create a folder. Make sure you have a folder in wherever you want to save your files in. I created this special folder for this course. It's in my builds directory where I store everything I build. So create your own folder. And we're going to be setting up different React projects with this. So I'm going to step into that directory. Now we just have to run npm install in each one of these. But first, let's open this up in VS Code. Alrighty, we have successfully installed all the dependencies we would need. We have set up every project. And now we can get started working with React Router. Hello devs. Okay, so in our last video, we successfully set up our 7 projects, and now we're gonna be working directly in this first project. We also install React Router. If you want to verify the installation of React Router, you want to open up your package.json and head over, scroll down to your dependencies, and you should see React Router done like this. If you did not see it, then you did not successfully install React Router, and you should go over installation again. All right, this will prevent any errors. All right, let's get started. So we're gonna get started by learning about how to configure routes. All right, I'm gonna learn about the browser router. To use React Router, you must wrap your application with the browser router component. This component keeps your UI in sync with the URL. Under the hood, the browser router works with both the history library and React context. The history library helps React Router keep track of the browsing history of the application using the browser built-in history stack, and React context helps make history available wherever React Router needs it. Now, browser router is specific for React and web-based routing, specifically React, right? While the memory router is an alternative to browser router, but that's for React Native, and the static router is an alternative to, well, browser router, but that's for static HTML routing. All right. So let's talk about routes and route. Route allows you to map your app's location to different React components. Routes, if you have more than one route, you should definitely wrap it in route component. However, for React version 6, just wrap your entire component in routes, whether you have one or not, because there is an actual error that comes with it. The reason for this is because it's route's job to understand all of children's route elements and intelligently choose which ones that are best to render, which is the great thing about React Router, because it's really intelligent. Now let's look at the syntax. As you can see, the route is the parent component, and it's wrapping different route children's components. React Router uses a declarative component-based approach to routing. What that means is when you want to create a new route, you render a route component. Route allows you to map URL paths to different React components. For example, say we wanted to render a dashboard component whenever a user navigates to /dashboard path or URL. To do that, we render a route that looks like this. As you can see, the path is /dashboard, and the element is actually the React component, the dashboard component. All right, let's get started. To get started configuring our routes, we first of all have to set up our browser router and our entry points of our application. And the entry points of our application for Vite is main.jsx. But if you're using Create React App, that should be index.jsx. So first things first, we import browser router. So we're going to import it, browser router, right? And then that is going to be from React hyphen, I misspelled import from React Router done. All right, and I'm going to get rid of this React strict mode. Right, and then we're going to wrap this in a browser router component. All right, now I'm going to drag this guy here. All right, we're successfully done the first step of setup. Now next thing we want to do is go to our app.jsx, and we're going to clear out this boilerplate code. Right, we're going to get rid of this use state call right here. All right, and we're going to get use of all of this, all the import statements, and then I'm going to leave just the fragments alive, right, for now. And all right, we're good to go from here. So next thing, we're going to want to set up our routes and route. Now remember, I said the route and route is all linked to a component-based architecture. And so for that extent, we have to set up our components. So we're going to set up several components. We're going to set up first of all, our home component. This is home.jsx. All right, RAFCE. And then, we're going to write welcome home. And then we're going to set up our dashboard component. So dashboard.jsx. If you're using Create React, this has to be JS. And then we're going to RFCE. And then we're going to say welcome to your dashboard. By the way, if you want to learn how to do the RFCE, it's actually an extension. Let me see if I could show it. It's an extension called ES7 Plus. Okay, so ES7 Plus, you can get one of these ES7 snippets and you should be able to do RFCE. It saves a lot of time. And finally, let's create two more components. Let's create the about.jsx component, which is going to be our about us. About us. Well, can I say we are awesome? Because we are awesome. All right. And then we're going to create our settings. Let's call it settings component. Settings JSX. I just want to go show you different routes, right? And RFCE again. And we're just going to leave settings like this. All right. So let's go back to app.js. And now we're going to map these 4 components to a route. Now, in order to do that, we obviously have to import our routes and our route. Import. Why did I use capital? Import route from React router DOM. All right. Now, please take note. You must always wrap it with the route component. So we're going to get rid of this fragment, and then we're going to wrap our application with the route component first. Then we can begin creating route. Temptation to say routes. We can begin creating a route. Okay. So now we're going to pass in a property, which is the path property. And this path property decides the URL path for application. Now, since this is the first route, we're going to set the URL path for our home. When they go to our local host, if you're deploying it on domain differently, the main landing point of the application is what we're going to set up now. And to do that, we have to just use a slash. Nothing attached to this. So this slash indicates that this is the main point. And I will show you this, where this maps to as we run our application, when we run our application. But let's first configure this. So we're going to set the elements. So the element property actually is what maps our components, which in this case is the home component. And you have to make sure this is imported. Please make sure it's imported up here. And then it maps our home, our slash, which is where we're going to land whenever we start our application. The local host, when we start our application, where we land is going to map it to the home component. Then we're going to put it in the next one. So the next route is going to be the path of, let's say, dashboard. So it's going to be slash dashboard, right? And be careful with the capital letters, right? And then we're going to map it to our dashboard component. All right, again, make sure this is important above. And then I'm going to close this. All right. Now, the next component is our, forgot the bracket, is our path of about us component. Okay. Yeah, let's leave this about us. Let's leave us about. So element with the about us route. And then this is going to be about. Again, make sure it's imported above, and then again, why do I keep forgetting my bracket? Then we're gonna import our finally settings. I believe that's the last one. Yeah, it's the last one. Settings route. So we're gonna have a settings route, for users to do their settings, and we're gonna map this to our, you guessed it, settings component. All right, and we are done. Now we can start up our application. Now, as you recall, we created several folders. So in order to start up this application, we have to step into this direct directory. Wow. So we're gonna say cd. Okay, we're gonna say 01 hyphen react hyphen router hyphen tutorial. It's a lot of hyphen. Okay, now we're in that directory. We're gonna say npm run dev. Right? All right, it's loading up, and boom. If you notice something, we're in our local host right here. This is where the application lands, and we've got our welcome home component, as you can see. Now remember, if you're using normal React, you have to just render this component in your app to see it, but now it's actually attached to this route, it's on its own, individually attached to this route. Now let's look at our other components routes. So we're going to look at the dashboard. Say dashboard, right? And then welcome to your dashboard. So you can see it's mapped to this component. Then we're going to look at the about us route, which should be about us. What can I say? We are awesome, and that's because we are really awesome. You just created your own route, so you're definitely awesome. Now, last thing, we're going to look at our settings. It should say settings. Congratulations, you have successfully configured your route. The next tutorial, we're going to look at React Router link components. Thank you. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, in our last tutorial, we successfully configured our routes. But as you can notice, we can only navigate to them by typing out the path. You have to pass it a prop, which is going to be really stressful to do every time. Link components for us to have a nav bar for us to navigate to, we have to use a special component, right? And then that component is the React Router link set up a component. The link components help you navigate between routes or routes. Let's wrap our app with a fragment. Link what path to take, so we can get rid of this error right now. To tell Link what path to take, you have to pass it a prop. Right. Now our app is in a fragment. Firstly import the link components from React Router DOM. Get our link. So right here we're gonna do link. All right, and then we're gonna set up a nav bar. So when we use a link component, we are not self-closing it. We're gonna double wrap it because we have to do Let's wrap our app with a fragment. So then we're gonna pass in a prop to this link now. And the prop is going to be the to prop. Now the to prop tells the fragment the route should head to when clicked. Right. Let's click this should go link to home, and home is the /path. So the link component works directly with the path designated.
So when we use a link component,
so when we go
we're
here,
not we're already
closing
it.
it.
We're gonna double wrap it because
we're
we
gonna
have
put
to
that
do
there
this
just in case we step out of home.
Then we're gonna pass in
we're gonna create another link component,
and the prop is gonna be the to prop.
I think it'll be much
now the to prop tells where
copy
the route should head to when clicked. When clicked, this should go to home, and home is the / path.
And paste this.
So the link component works directly with the path designated.
Let me route.
So when we go here, well, we're already in home.
Yeah, we have 4 routes.
We're just gonna put that there. We're gonna change in case we step out of home. And then we're gonna create another link component. I think it'll be much effective if I just copy this, and then you're gonna be about us and paste this multiple times. 3, 4 routes. How many routes do we have? And then we have 4 routes. All right, we're gonna change this up. Dashboard and settings. Okay. Dashboard.
Let's try and get some space between this.
You're gonna be about us. All right. About us and about. All right. And then you're gonna be settings.
So whenever we click on dashboard, we are navigated to the dashboard route. As you can see, when we click on about us, we're navigated to the about us route, and when we click on settings, we're navigated to the settings route. As you can see,
try and get some
components
space
are also
between this.
changing, and this makes our UI very, very easy and effective. All right. In the next tutorial, we're going to learn about active link. We should be able to know where exactly we are.
All right.
And that's the whole job of the active
whenever
link
we click on dashboard,
we're navigated to the dashboard route. As you can see, when we click on about us, we're navigated to the about us route, and when we click on settings, we're navigated to the settings route. As you can see, the components are also changing, and this makes our UI very, very easy and effective. All right. In the next tutorial, we're going to learn about active link. We should be able to know where exactly we are. And that's the whole job of the active link component. Thank you. Okay, in our last tutorial, we learned about the link component and how it's going to help us, navigate around. But as a React developer, one of your primary assignments is to make sure that the user experience is pretty great. And what is good for a user experience is if a user knows where they are, and they should know which route they are at. And for us to do that, we would need the help of the active link or the nav link component. It is beneficial for UX to style the link corresponding to the active route in a different way. React Router provides another component called nav link. What's special about nav link is by default, it receives an active class when the link is in the current route. So let's mess around with the nav link. So instead of us using this link component, we're going to change it to nav link, right? So we're going to Ctrl D, 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 Ctrl D. All right. And then we're going to nav link. All right. So it's as simple as that. We have successfully imported a nav link component. All right. So let's go to our dashboard route. And I want to show you something. So like I said, right, what's special about the nav link is by default, it receives an active class. So let's inspect our elements and see the class it receives. All right, so I'm going to go here with dashboard. As you can see, the class is active. So it receives this active class, and what you can do is you can create a specific styling with this class of active. You can write CSS to match this, to give it a different style if it's active. And let's just do that. Let's do exactly that. Let's give it a different style. We're going to go to index to CSS. We're going to clear out this boiler CSS. All right. And then we're going to write our own nav CSS. So we're going to say nav. Let's say background color. Let's call it white or beige.
background color beige, padding 16 pixels, 32 pixels. Okay, and then let's style the A. So when I say A, margin right, 16 pixels. All right, and then let's style the active. Now we're going to use this active class to style whenever a link is active. So it's going to be completely different from the rest. So we're going to say nav a dot actives. All right, so we're going to target this active, and then whenever it's on active, we're going to say test decoration none. You guys must love me right now because I'm actually writing CSS. I usually just write Tailwind. Well, let's do this. Let's write CSS. So we're gonna say font bold. All right, and as you can see now, the font is bold. All right. So whenever we're on the active, the styling will change, and that's the amazing thing of the active class that it gives us. So when we go to About Us, styling changes. When we go to Settings, styling changes. When we go to Dashboard, it changes. So the active class is really cool. All right. So in the next one, we're going to learn about when a user navigates to a route he does not know, like the this route does not exist. Well, we still have the nav bar, but we don't have any element attached to this route, which is bad for user experience, and we want to give our users the best experience. So we, in the next tutorial, are going to learn how to catch a 404 unknown route. Hello devs. Alright, so we're going to learn how to catch a 404 or an unknown route. Now, what is that? Well, an unknown route or a 404 route is a route that doesn't exist, or maybe it used to exist. Maybe if you have a blog and you deleted a blog post, but a user navigates to that blog post maybe through some social link or something and thinks that blog post is there, we would definitely want to redirect the user back to the home page, because that's just better UI UX experience for the user. And in order to do that, we have to catch the 404 route. So if we type in something like this route does not exist and there's no way for the user to go back. Let's imagine this navbar wasn't here. The user would not be able to go back to, which is not good. We want to always help the user to go back. So in order to do that, we have to catch unknown routes. And it's actually pretty simple to catch an unknown route. All you have to do is we're going to go right to our route, and then we're going to add in another route. So we're going to say route. All right. Oh my God. A small letter there. Route slash, and close this up. And then we're going to set a path. All right. And then this path is going to be an asterisk, right? A star. And then this star signifies to React router that this is to catch the unknown route. However, there's something missing. We have to create the component. So we're going to create a component. We're going to call it not found.jsx, right? And then we're going to do RAFCE. All right. So let's give a message for our users that are lost. Hello. Are you lost? Please go, and then hold on. Let me import the link component here. React router DOM. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put the link. Import link. Link from React router DOM. All right, cool. So when I want to say go home, what I'm gonna do is say link home, and then we're gonna pass in the to prop, and the to prop is gonna to prop with this, and it's gonna take them directly home. All right, let's look at it. And then in the app.js, we want to Ctrl B and close that up. We want to render this element So we're going to render the not found component, and please ensure that it's imported up here. And then we're going to close this up and boom. So whenever we go to a route that does not exist, like and we see this page, hello, are you lost? Please go home. Let's do this again to a different route, and we'll always see this route. So we have caught this, and we have now ensured that our user can never get lost, and they will always be able to go home. All right. In our next tutorial, we're going to learn about how to pass a prop to a route. So in this video, we're going to learn how to pass in a prop in React Router version 6. Now, passing in props used to be pretty difficult in React Router version 4. You have to use the spread operator. But thank God for React Router version 6, because you can do this pretty easily. So we're going to pass in a prop right now, and we're going to pass it in like we normally pass it into an element. Right, so we're going to go to our dashboard. Let's pass this prop into our dashboard components, right? So we're going to go to our dashboard components. We're going to type in name. We're going to pass in the prop of name, all right? And I'm pretty sure you guys know all about props. So this is not a lesson about props. You should have foundational knowledge of props. So we're going to pass this name. Then we're going to go to our dashboard components, right? We're going to receive the props, right? I'm going to show you how to destructure it after that, but let's first receive the props, and then let's see if we got the props properly. So we're going to console.log our props object, and then we're just going to check in our, we're going to inspect our elements and see our console, and what happened here. Let's refresh this. Looks like we did not get the object. Okay, let me go to the dashboard. Sorry, I'm not in the dashboard route. Okay, we did get the object. So you want to ensure you're in the actual dashboard route. So we get the object of name. Now we can just do this. All right, we could do props.name, right? But obviously, a better way of doing this, and you can see welcome to your dashboard, David. But obviously, a better way of doing this is to destructure the props directly. So let's do that. So we're going to destructure the props, and then we're going to destructure it directly up here. All right, so we're going to say, we're going to structure it directly up here. So we're going to say name, right? And then that should allow us to use name. And boom, we are done. So that's how you can pass in props to a route. And this should be useful. Well, if you're building a dashboard application, then you can pass in a prop of the username directly into the route. Thank you. So in our next video, we're gonna learn about how to navigate programmatically. Hello devs, in our last tutorial we learned how to pass props to routes. Now we're going to learn how to navigate programmatically. Alright, so there are some links that you don't get to. There's some routes that you don't get to using like a navbar link, or it's some routes that you don't get to by just typing in those routes into the URL. These routes have to be gotten to after a certain event, like when you click and you purchase something on the web, you click the buy now button, you have to confirm the order. So when you click on the buy now button, you're now navigated to the order confirm page where you can confirm your order. So by this, we're using an event to click to navigate. So there are some types of navigation that has to be done through events. There are event-driven navigation. And when we do this, what we call this is navigating programmatically. So we are programmatically navigating based on events. Now let's look at a good example of that. Let's set this up. And I know I'm foreshadowing by saying navigating, but don't worry, you understand soon enough. So to set this up, first off, like our example, we saw the home route had a button. So we're gonna go to our home, and then we're gonna set up that button, right? So we're gonna call button. Cool. So button, and the button is gonna be buy now. Oh my god. Let me wrap this in a fragment. Sorry. Sometimes I code blindly. So let me wrap this in a fragment, and then we're gonna call this button buy now. And then we're gonna demand them to buy now. So we're gonna add this. Yeah, so they know to buy now. All right, and then next thing we want to do is we want to, well, set the condition. But before that, we have to create where we're going. So we're going to go to the component. We're going to create a new component, and we're going to call that component order summary component. So order summary .jsx, and then we're going to RAFCE. We could have export cons, but you know what, I'm lazy. Let's just do this, and then order confirmed. Let's do order confirmed. Thanks for ordering. You have to be polite about it. So we're gonna go back to our home component. Now, when we click this button, nothing happens, but it's supposed to navigate us, according to that example, to our order confirmed page. So how do we get it to do that? Well, like I said, I was foreshadowing something. We're gonna have to use the use navigate hook. Now, that's what I love about React Router, is because it fits into the React ecosystem so much that it comes with its own hooks. They're different hooks, but right now we're talking about the use navigate hook. So we're gonna import this hook. We're going to import the use navigate hook from React Router DOM, right? Now, obviously, we click this, still not working. So what do? Well, we have to set it up. And when we set this up, it kind of looks like use state a bit, but not really. Okay, not really. It doesn't really look like use state, but you kind of set it up like you will set up use state. So we want to set a variable, and then we want to pass that variable, assign that variable the use navigate hook. So the use navigate function, right? So we're going to say const, obviously, const overlet navigate, const navigate equals to use navigate. And obviously we're going to do this. And so now when we click on the button, we are saying nothing happens. So like I said, event driven. So you want to set an event to this, and if you know React, you know your event. We're going to use an onClick event, and when we click on this, we're going to call a function. So we're going to say function, our function, obviously, and then we're going to say navigate. But this navigate is going to be expecting something, and what is expecting is where am I going? And obviously, we're not going anywhere because we haven't defined that route yet. And that would have been a big mistake. So let's go and define the route. And we're going to define the route. We're going to set a path. And path is going to be order summary, order hyphen summary. All right. And then the element is going to be, the element is going to be the order summary components. Please ensure that this is imported above. Okay, always ensure that, because that can just cause some random error. And when we go back to our home, so on click, then now we're going to pass in the path of order hyphen summary. So now when we click on this, we go to here. We successfully navigated. Right, so now
what if we want to go back? Like, what if the user is done ordering and he just wants to order another thing, or she just wants to order another thing? How do we go back? Well, we can actually program going back using the use navigate hook as well. So we're going to set up the use navigate hook in our order summary right now, and then we're going to go back. So we're going to say import use navigate. Okay, from React Router done. And then the same thing, declare a variable, navigate, set it equals to use navigate hook, turn that to a function, cover that up, and boom, we're set up. Now, what we want to do is create a button. All right. Let me break this down. We're going to create a button under here. And it's just a button. And then this button is going to be go back. We just call it the go back. All right. So what this button is going to do is go backwards, which is actually the home component. But if we are in the settings, if we are coming from the settings, it will actually take you back to the settings. So that's exactly what this button does. It takes you backwards. And in order to do that, we're going to obviously create an event on click. So we can do something when we click. So we're on click. Then we're going to pass in a function, an arrow function. And then we're going to say navigate. Obviously, the same thing. So now we're back here. So what do we do now we're in this navigate thing? Well, this time around, we're not going to do or navigate home. We're not going to do navigate home. That would work, but that would be lame. So let's do something cool. So instead of saying navigate to a path, we're going to say navigate -1. And that's going to take us back -1. Now let's go back to the buy now. Let's do navigate -2. Let's see what happens. And look, it took us to the dashboard. So it's not just taking us, it's taking us per step, all right? But you know what we can do? We can actually replace the history of this. Now, remember when we set up browser router and I was like, okay, browser router works with the history context, and browser router works with setting up your history, and React router works with your history. Well, that's how this use navigate is working right now. It's watching your history, and then it's navigating based on your history. It's navigating based on where you came from. Okay, so when you say take one step backwards, you're taking one step back of your history where you came from. But what if like for some reason, we want to replace this history and we want the user's history to be set afresh? What we do is we use the replace true flag. Okay, so this use navigate comes with a flag, and this flag is called replace true. So, you know what? Let's do that in the home. So let's replace true this home. So we're going to do order summary, and then we're going to throw in the flag of replace, and then we're going to set it to true. All right, we got to wrap this in. We got to wrap this up. Sorry. Okay, that should do it. So now, when we go back, whenever we click this button, it's not going to, see, the history is being messed up, but when you open this up in a new thing, well, let me open this in an incognito. We open this up in incognito, a new private window. We load up our local host, 517.3. All right. Our history has been completely replaced. So if we go to our order summary, let's go to our order summary. And we go back, we're coming from the home. The history has been completely replaced. Let's go to settings, and then let's go to home, buy now, go back. And we just ended up in settings. So we've completely replaced the history by clicking on that button. All right. In our next tutorial, we're going to learn how to do redirect and how to redirect the user based on a certain condition.
Right, that's it. Thank you. Hello devs. Okay, so we're gonna learn how to use the redirect, and we're gonna learn how to redirect the user based on a certain condition. Like, we want to navigate a user based on a certain condition. This is not navigating programmatically, but if a user does not meet our certain condition, or if we set a condition that if it's like this, we want the user to navigate, then that's when we should use redirect. Now, I know I'm foreshadowing, but we're going to use a navigate. So we're going to import the navigate component from React Router DOM. So we're going to import the navigate component from React Router DOM. It's a component. It's on a hook. And now we're going to set up, we're going to use this redirect for login. So we're going to set up a login component, right? To log our users in. So we say login.jsx, right? So we're gonna RAFCE, and let's leave this like this right now for now, and then we're gonna come here, Control B, and let's import use state from React. So let's go down. We're gonna set up a state for login to check if the user is logged in. So you're gonna say use state, okay, from React, right? And then I'm gonna say function const equals to use state. I set this to false. Okay, we're gonna say is logged in, set is logged in, right? Okay, gotta love your use state. Then we're gonna create other functions to change the state of this. So we're gonna say const handle login equals to our function, and then let's say set is logged in true. Oh my god. Sorry. And then we're gonna say const what you see, opposite of handle login, it should be handle logout. Handle logout. Again, arrow function, because arrow functions are cool. Set is logged in, and then this is gonna be false. And of course, I forgot to put the arrow. I don't know why this keeps happening. Okay. And then next thing, we're going to create a conditional statement in this nav link here. So we're going to say, okay, we're going to say, first of all, is logged in true. So we're going to say is logged in true. So, and if it's true, then, well, we want to, this is not properly arranged. Yeah, I feel more comfortable with this guy. And then we're gonna render a button. Okay. And then that button is gonna be the logout. So if the user is actually logged in, then, well, obviously he wants to log out. Else he wants to go to the where he can log in now. And we created the navigation, the login component, sorry, for this. So slash login. So the user wants to go to where he can log in, obviously. Gonna go to login. And there. Messed up something. What did I mess up? Okay. Yeah, this is meant to be. Oh, no. This is going to be here. Man. Soup button logged in. Then we're going to do this. Else. Got my else statement. Sorry. Then I'm going to say else. Okay. So log in. Well, now he's not logged in, so this. Okay, but then how do we get him to log in, right? So how do we get him to log in? Well, we need to... Oh, I've not created the route for login. Sorry. Let's create the route for login. So we're going to create the route for login before we get him to log in. So we say path equals to /login. And then we're going to attach it to the elements. Login component. Please make sure you've properly imported your login component. Okay, so now that does exist. And we're in the login route. So now in the login route, let's change this. Let's get a H1 going here. H1. And then move this guy inside the H1. Cool. So now let's break this up. So now we're going to set up a login. Now what we want to do is okay, we've done the functions. Okay, now what we want to do is pass in a prop. All right, it's a good thing we learned about passing props. What we want to do is pass in a prop. So we're going to say on login, passing a prop of, this prop is going to be a function handle login. So we're going to pass in a prop to this route handle login, and then we're going to receive the prop right here, and then we're going to handle the prop properly. We're going to properly handle this prop. Okay, so we're going to say, we're going to create a function. Before we create a function, let's destructure this. Obviously, we're going to destructure on login. Okay, now we've gotten the prop properly. Now we're going to say const handle login click equals to arrow function. Please let me not forget the arrow this time. And then we're going to say on login. Cool. So now we're going to have a button, right? A button. And then button going to be login. Okay, and then this button is going to have an event on click. Wow, this is a lot of steps to navigate, but I think we're done. Right, so I'm going to go to home. All right, we're not logged in. We're going to go we're going to click on login, and then this has changed. Now this is still remaining logged in. So you have to log out. You click on log out. Hi. Oh my god. Okay, I need to fix that. So log out is not logging out because log out does not do anything. So on click, it's good that I tried to test that. On click, we want to log out on click. So then call out the no need for arrow function. I'm going to call it the handle logout. Okay, so we're going to go back to home. We're going to go to login. We don't log in. Right, we're going to go back to home. Then we're going to log out and boom, log in. Log in anywhere. And we go call log out. It's beautiful. All right, that's how we can use the redirect. And as you can see, we've now, redirected the user over and over again. Next thing we're going to learn about is nested routes. So we're done learning with redirects, and next up we're going to learn about nested routes. Thank you. Hello devs. So we're going to be learning about nested routing. Now nested routing is creating routes and creating sub-routes under a route. And React Router is great because React Router helps us to switch between a portion of the view inside of the page. So you can switch a portion of the UI using nested routing. For example, when you are at the home page and you click on the product, and instead of doing a full refresh, you can just render a new portion of the UI with the featured and then the trending products. And when you click on featured products, you can render a new portion of the UI which will show the list of featured products. And if you click on trending, it will show the list of trending products. If you observe, the URL is product/featured or /products/trending. And this is through nested routing. So nested routing in React Router allows us to switch up the UI. All right, let's get started. So make sure your app is running, and to do that, you enter the product directory, which is React Router tutorial, and run npm run dev. So we're going to get started with nested routing. And the first step we're going to do is to create the product route. So we're going to create the product route, and then we're going to add an input with a search bar. So we're going to go to our app.js, and then, let's create a new product component. So we're going to create a new component, call it products.jsx. All right, and then zip code RAFCE. Okay, but now in this div, we're going to add an input bar. Okay, and it's going to be a type search. Okay, and then a placeholder, and the placeholder is going to be search. So we'll use to search, or search product will be better. And there we go. Self-close this. Okay. Now we're gonna bind this component to a route. Let's do that here. Okay, so we're gonna say route path. And the path is gonna be product. Now observe, we're not using a slash for this. There's no slash for this. Like the other parts, we did a slash. But yeah, we're just writing product, right? That's because we're going to be nesting this route. So we're going to do the product component. Products component. Now make sure this is imported above. You always want to make sure this is imported above. And then close it. Good. Then close this. Okay, so we've configured this route. Let's add this to our nav bar. Yeah. So I'm going to use the nav link. Let me copy this. Okay. Let's see. Products. Got it? Yeah, it's products. So this will be products as well. All right, so we use nav link, and when we navigate to products, yeah, our search bar is here and our search bar is working.
Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is create a new component, and this component is going to be the trending component or trending product. It's called trending product component. It's trending product.jsx and simple RFCE or RFC. Let's do trending products. Let's list of trending products. Okay. And we're gonna do another component. We're gonna call that component okay, we're gonna do another component. We're gonna call that component featured products. Featured products to GSX. Okay, so RAFC. We can use the RAFCE and then featured products. We can do a list of featured products. Okay. So now let's configure the routes for these. Let's configure the nested routes for these. So to configure the nested route for this, we have to change this. So now this product is self-closing, right? But in order for us to use nested routing, this cannot be self-closing. This has to be closed like this. And then whatever route that's in between these tags, these elements, is going to be nested inside of it. So we're going to say route path. Our path is going to be featured. Okay, and the element is going to be okay, our featured product element. Okay, and please make sure it's imported. Make sure your future product is imported. Okay, and then next thing we're going to configure our trending products. So we're going to configure trending. We're going to say route, say path. Path will be trended, and we're using relative path. That's what this is. Whenever you don't add the slash, the path is relative. But I'm not going to explain that in this video. Later on in this series, I'll be explaining relative path. So this is going to be trending. And then the element will be trending product. And also ensure this is imported above as well. And then we're going to close this. We're going to close this. Okay. So in our products tab, we need to render a link to these two elements that is nested, right? So we're going to import the link component and then render a link to them. So when you say link, please make sure it's imported here. I just did the auto import, and then we're gonna specify a link. So now we're gonna pass in a prop, the to prop and the link, which is gonna be where our route is linking to. And this is going to be featured. And then we're going to do another link component. Let's get a space between that. Let's do a break tag here. Sorry, I don't want to add CSS right now. And then let's finish up this link. So link to prop. Then 2 is going to be to trending. Okay, and then close this, trending. So trending featured. We've done our links. So when we click this, what happens? When we click this, as you can see, the link changed to product and featured. When we click this, the link changes to trending, It changes to product, trending. But if you notice, there's no change in the UI yet. And that's because we've not made use of the final step, which is the outlet component. So we need to import the outlet components. And when we have the outlet component, it's going to make changes to the UI depending on the nesting. So we're going to import an outlet. We're going to say outlet from React Router DOM. Right? And then we're just literally going to render the outlet. Oh, sorry. Let me wrap this in a nav. Let me wrap these links in a nav. Okay, then under this nav, we're going to say, yeah, that's better. I don't know why I did not think of doing that. And then we're going to render out the outlet. And as you can see immediately, I'm going to click on featured, list of featured products, and click on trending, list of trending products. So we are able to change the portion of the UI just like that. So we can go to product, click on featured, list of featured products, trending products. And that's how you nest routes and changing the UI. So the outlet component allows us to render the outlets, the children of the nested route under this. So this is pretty cool. Like this could become in handy whenever you're building an e-commerce application and you want to render out trending products component or render out the future products, or if you have new products or different categories, you can just render them out. You can write them here and render them out. So thank you. In the next video, we're going to be learning about the index route. Alright, so in the last video, we learned how to nest routes, and in this video, we're going to be learning how to nest routes, but in a different way. So we're going to be learning about the index route. Now, if you want the child route to render at the parent's route level without being inside a nested route level, we can do this using an index route. The index route is also a nested route. So, you know what? We're going to create a new routing. We're going to call a new component. We're going to call it, or you know what? Let's just use the components already created. So I'm going to delete this routing. We're going to go to our app.js and delete the, let's say, trending products. Right? I'm going to temporarily delete it. All right. So now we're going to create an index route of this trending products. So still under this product route, create a new route. Right? New route slash. Then pass it a prop of path. Okay, and then this path is going to be trending. Okay, so now, so we have to pass in another prop. Well, not really a prop, but we have to pass in another argument. And the argument is going to be called index. So we're going to say index. And then we're going to say element. And now we can render out the elements. Sorry. So feed. This is trending products slash. Okay, so now let's reload. We've done the index. And let's reload and test out if the trending product is working like it was before. So as you can see, the trending product is still working. The future product is done with nested routing, and then the trending product is done with index routing. All right, so in the next video, we're going to be learning about dynamic routing. Thank you. All right, so in the last video, we learned about nested routes. And now in this video, we're going to learn about dynamic routes. All right, and creating dynamic route segments. So let's say we have a social media app, all right, and that social media app has a search bar where you can search a list of users. And in that, you have user 1, user 2, and user 3. So what if we want to click on each user page and we want to see the unique details of each user? All right, so when you head over to the users, the /ID, and the ID could be users/1, users/2, users/3. We should see user 1 details, user 2 details, user 3 details, matching their respective ID parameters. And to do that, we need to create the dynamic route segments. So first things first, let's create a new component. So in the components folder, I'm going to create a component called users.jsx. Okay, we're going to RAFC. Okay, so then user 1. Let's copy this. Okay, so and then user 1, user 2, user 3. So let's change this 2 and 3. Okay, cool. So now let's bind this route to app.jsx. So now if we head over to the users, okay, we can see our user details page. So just make sure this is not accidentally in between this product, because then it's going to be nested on the product. So make sure it's on its own, right? Okay, so now we've got the users route. Next step is to create the user details so that we can see the details of each user. So we're going to Control B. We're going to create a component called users details. So it's going to be users details.jsx. So we're going to RAFC, Control B, and then users details. So let's bind this to a route. From the example we had above, when we had the route, it was user detail 1, user details 2, user details 3. So let's do that. Path equals to users /1, and then the element, we're going to have the user detail component. Okay, make sure the user details component is imported above. Okay, so when we go to users 1, we're supposed to have /1. Supposed to have user detail of user detail 1, and then let's do that for the 3 others. So you're gonna do user details 2, user details 3. So when we navigate to 2, this works. Navigate to 3, this works. But like if you're having a social media application or a big application, configuring each and every one of this route is going to be stressful, and it's going to be a lot of work. And in case your application is going to scale, this is not really the most feasible option. The most feasible option is configuring dynamic routes for each one of these. So we're going to keep only one of them, and then we're going to change it. So instead of users 1, it's going to be users/users. It's going to be this, then /users ID. Okay, so whenever we head over to user, as we're in user details 3, we're still seeing details of the user. Go to user details 2, the same thing. And even if we want to go to user details Davi, we're still going to get this details page. And that's because this is a dynamic value. It's going to receive any string dynamically, any URL parameter dynamically. And it's going to, as long as it's under these users, as long as it's under users /, it's going to dynamically receive it and bind it. Okay, you won't get a 4 whenever you dynamically, you do this dynamically, you add this parameter. So it's going to bind it. All right. So the user ID parameter will match any value as long as the pattern is the same. So this is the pattern users /. So it will dynamically match any pattern. So we need to configure a fixed path, just in case we might need one. Instead of all routes being dynamic, we can have a users/ admin page. Okay. So instead of all routes being, dynamic, we can have some routes fixed, and we're going to do that. So let's create the admin component. So we say admin.jsx. So we're going to say RAFC. Okay. So now Control B. Let's create the admin route. So route. And then we're going to say path. I say users. Okay. This is going to be users/admin. Then we're going to say element. And then bind this to the admin element. We're going to import this. Please make sure it's imported above. Okay, so whenever we head over to users admin, we get the admin page. So the admin is not dynamic, it's fixed, while any other parameter except from admin you write here is dynamically. So even if you write something like EV, it's dynamic. But whenever you go over to the admin is fixed, is static. And we have the admin component. So the JXX of the admin route is rendered. React Router is smart enough to first match the route that is more specific. So if you want to navigate to users/admin, React Router will first try to find a matching route. Only if this users.admin/admin does not exist, then it will try to find a dynamic route. So the first thing React Router will do is try to find a matching route before it tries to find a dynamic route, which is what makes React Router so great, because it's smart enough to differentiate the two. So, by the way, dynamic routes can be nested as well. Since both routes were created having the users prefix, we can just simply nest them. Instead of writing users/users ID, we can simply nest them. And to nest them, we have to change the style of this component from self-close it to double close it. Okay, so we're gonna drag our user admin. We're gonna put that here. Have these two routes inside our nest. Okay, so now we're gonna get rid of this. Okay, let's just get rid of it. Okay, so now we've nested this route. Then I'm going to go over to users/2. Oh, what's going on? This is users ID. Oh, right. There's something we have to do. So we have to nest this. Okay. So let's go to our users. We're going to import a component. So we're going to import. And then we're going to import the outlet component. Okay, we've met the outlet component before. It's a very good friend of us. So let's use the outlet component. So our users. So when we're in there, see, it's rendering the user details. So it's rendering user details as a child. And if we head over to the admin route, it's going to render the admin as its child. All right. So that is it for nested routing. In the next video, we're going to be learning about URL parameters. And that would enable us to, whenever we're in the user details page, add a parameter that's going to display what user is there. So now we've successfully dynamically nested this route. Let's add our URL parameters. So in the next video, we're going to learn about URL parameters. Thank you. So here's the user details, okay? We're in the user details component, and whenever we're in this user route and the user parameter, this is supposed to show user supposed to show user to details, right? But this has to be done dynamically. We have to be grabbing the parameter passed in here. So how do we do that? Well, this user details here is not unique to the user, right? In a typical application, you may want to extract the user ID and do something with that ID, right? We want to perhaps make an API call or fetch the details about that user. Now let's keep it simple for now. Let's display the ID from the user in the component. To extract the route parameter, which is this parameter, we use a hook from the React Router package, and that hook is called the use parameter hook, the use params hook. So we're going to import use params from React Router DOM. All right. So, and then now we have to call the hook within the component. So first thing we're going to do is call the hook within the component. So we're going to say const params. Let's make it params. And then we're going to reference use parameter. Initialize it since this is a function. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to say const. Now we want to assign this user, we want to get the user ID from the parameter. So we want to access the user ID. So let's store that in a constant. So we're going to store the user ID in a constant. So we're going to say user ID is equals to params dot user. And by the way, it has to be the same as this. So in order to get the parameter, it has to be exactly the same as this written here, because this is making a reference to this. So user's ID. So we say params the user's ID. Okay. So now we're gonna uphold this. This is meant to be capital. So this is gonna be params. It's gonna be matching this value because we're using the use param hook. So params the user's ID. Okay. And then we can now just render this variable out. So we're going to say user ID. So when user details to user details. So what if we want to go to user detail Davi, user Davi details, and user details 234, user details 234. Okay. But there's a little bit of a shorter way to do this. Per se, instead of us writing this entire thing out, what we can do is destructure the user ID and just turn this, instead of 2 lines, into a 1 line of code. This is just much more effective. So we're just gonna destructure this. We're gonna get rid of this, and then right here we're gonna change this to use params. Then we're going to change what we're accessing. We're accessing user's ID. Okay. So user's ID, and then remember destructuring. So we wrap this in the curly braces, and this is also the variable. So we're gonna user's ID, and boom, we're done. So it works the same way. We're gonna go to users Davi, and same thing. Users Danny, same thing. All right. So that is how we use the URL parameters to destructure, and we can use this to create unique usernames in our application. In the next video, we're going to be learning about search parameters, and we're also going to learn how to do filters with our search parameters. All right. Thank you. So in the last video, we learned about URL parameters and the use params hook. So imagine we have in our users application, all right, we want our users to be able to search and chat with all the active users, and can, filter out the active users and reset the filter and look at all users. How we do this? So we have to implement this with the search parameter. So on click on active users, we add a search parameter called filter. I set it to active, which will change the text showing all users to a text showing the active users. Then when you click on reset, we will remove the filter search parameter and rework the UI. So the text will change back to showing all users. Firstly, in our users component, let's head over to our users component. Okay, so in our users component, we're going to add 2 buttons to this user. All right, so we have the outlet here. Let's add 2 buttons. So users, so button, and so this button is going to be active users. Let's wrap this button in the nav, because why not? So active users, and then another button, and then this button is going to be reset filter. Okay, so now currently we have 2 buttons. They actually don't do anything. So let's make it do something. All right. So now I'll click on these buttons. We need to add or remove the search parameter. So to deal with search parameters, React Router has provided us with a hook called use search params. So we're going to import use search params hook, use search params, right? This hook behaves similar to the use state hook in React. Instead of storing state in memory, it is stored in a URL. So that's the difference. Use state hook stores state in memory, while use search params stores state in the URL. And when the component invokes the hook returns 2 values. The first is an object called search params, while the second value is a function to set the search params. So let's do that. Let's say const, and then an array, just like use state hook. Use search params function. This, okay. So in our array, we got search params, and then set search params. If you know your use state hook, this should be pretty easy. So this is a variable called search params, and then this is a function to set the search params. Okay, so it is similar to use state. And I'll click. So what we want to do is change the buttons. Okay, we want to add an event list onto these buttons. So on click of this active users, it should filter active, and then on click on this, it should reset everything back. So it should reset the state back. So we're gonna pass in the event listener on click. Okay, so on click, we're gonna call a function. All right, and of course, this is gonna be a beautiful arrow function, and we're gonna set search params, and then we're gonna pass in something. Right, we're gonna pass in key of value pairs, which is filter, and I say active. Okay, sorry, this active should be a string. Okay. That's good. Just give space here. All right. Now, this time on the reset button, last time on the reset button, we call the search params function, but this time with an empty object. So when we call the search params function, we're gonna do the same thing, but this time the object will be empty. So let me just copy this, paste. So instead of this, we're gonna make this empty. Right. So this will reset the state. All right. So now we need to check if filter search params is set to active, and then display the appropriate text within the component. So let's declare components. Let's declare a variable. We're gonna say const show active users equals to, then we're going to use a function called search params dot get. Remember, this variable search params was set to use search params, so we're going to use this variable, and then we're going to call a method called the dot get method. So in this dot get method, we're going to pass in filter. So this show active users is kind of a Boolean value. So if show active users is true, when we click on active user button, it becomes true, and then it becomes false when we click on the reset button. So if you click on active users, show active users is true. We click on this, it resets the users. All right. So now let's use it to render unique JSX. You know what? Let me just get rid of this outlet real quick, and let me change the route in to users. Okay. So instead of this outlet, let's create a new div. Okay, and then we're gonna write a function. So it's gonna say show active users. If it's true, if show active users is true, then h2 probe showing all active users. If it's false, if showing all active users false, h2, then it should say showing all users. Okay, so when we click on this, showing all active users, when we set the filter, showing all users, showing all active users, showing all users. And that's how we use search params to filter a list. Okay, that was awesome, guys. And so in the next video, we're gonna learn about relative links, and we've been using them, but we've not yet talked about them. So we're just gonna talk about relative links in the next video. All right, thank you. So let's talk about what we've been always mentioning, but we never explained it, and that's relative links. So we're going to learn about relative links today. So a relative link is a link that does not start with a /, okay? So which is this product, this trending, this featured. They don't start with a / like the rest of them. Even this admin is a relative link, users, relative link, and this is a relative link. So what is a relative link? A relative link does not start with a /, and it will inherit the closest route in which they're rendered. Now, since these ones is rendered under the product, it's going to inherit this product route. So which basically means this trending is going to be inherited to /product, and that's going to make it /product /trending, and /featured is going to be inherited to /product, and that's going to make it /product /featured. And if you choose to use an absolute path, these will not be rendered well. So in this nav link, all right, okay, we don't have. All right, for products, let's choose to use an absolute path for this product and see what happens. So you know what, we're gonna do this for both featured. We're gonna get rid of them later because it's too much on my nav bar, but let's just do this for now for the sake of this example. So we're gonna do /featured, and then we're gonna do /trending, so trending, featured. Okay. So when we click on product, what happened? All right. So we're in /product, and then when clicking on featured, what's going on? And when we click on trending, what's going on? The trending route cannot be found again. But we go to slash trending on our own, we can't find it. That's because it has been appended to products slash trending. So when we click on this, it's going to take us to the list of trending products, right? So it won't work if you choose to use its absolute path. It would not work. You have to configure this on your own. So to use absolute path, you have to use slash products. So if you want to use the absolute path on both of them, you have to use slash product slash featured slash product slash trending. So if you go to featured, it's now working. If you go to trending, it's now working. All right. So I'm just going to get rid of these two, so our nav bar won't be bulky. All right. In the next video, we're going to be learning about authentication or protected routes. All right. We're going to learn how to authenticate a user and protect certain routes. All right. Thank you. Alright, so we're going to be learning about authentication and protected routes. When building an application, sometimes we need to protect some certain routes from users that are not logged in. Example, if you have an e-commerce application, the products page or the landing page might be publicly accessible without needing to log in. But however, the profile page or the order history should be protected, right? And React Router on its own does not come with protected routes. However, you can actually implement protected routing using the context API from React. So if we click on the profile, instead of going directly to the profile when we're not logged in, we should be redirected to the login. And when we click on, when we log in, we should be redirected back to the profile page. Oh, well, we did implement some sort of login with redirects, but that was a pseudo login. All right, there was no protected routes. Now, let's implement a full login page with protected routes. So the first thing you want to do is create a new profile component. All right, so that's what we're going to get started with. We're going to create a new profile component. Wow, we have a lot of components. Profile.jsx. All right, so we're gonna RAFC. All right, so we got a profile component. All right, now let's bind this profile component to a route. Then we add the link. All right, so we're gonna create a route for profile. Say route path slash profile. Oh, that's a dot slash profile and element. Passing this object with components. We're gonna import our profile components. Make sure it's actually imported above. You wanna close this off. Okay, so we've got a profile route. Let's add a link, a nav link. Okay. So this is the pseudo we did, all right, with is logged in, login, state. Okay, so we're gonna modify this entire login component. So let's get rid of this, is logged in, let's get rid of this. We won't be needing this currently. So let's just render the profile components now. Profile. Profile and the link. All right, so we got products, we got profile. All right, so now for the next step. So we've configured the routes. We can see that this route, when we go to the profile route, it is publicly accessible. And if the user isn't logged in, which like the user can still access the route if he's not logged in, which shouldn't be the case. So to do that, we need to simply maintain a user state variable and provide it to the entire component tree using React context. So we're going to create a new component We're gonna call it auth. So Ctrl B. You know what? Let's create a folder for utils. Let's just try and get a little organized. So we're gonna say in our components folder, we're gonna create a folder called utils. Usually it's in the utils anyways. So, and then we're gonna say auth context. So auth component or auth.js. It's it doesn't matter. So now we're gonna import something from React. So we're gonna import the create context from React. All right. Next, we're gonna assign a variable to create context and pass the initial value as null. Okay. So we're gonna say const auth context. Const auth context is equals to create context. And then we've initialized it with the value of null. Okay. So now we have to define the auth provider component. So we're going to say export const auth provider arrow function. Okay. So now we got an auth provider. So in our auth provider, within this component, we're going to maintain the user state and define the functions to log in and log out. So we're going to import UseState from React as well. So we're going to import UseState from React. And then inside here, we're going to create the state variable. So we're going to say const array equals to UseState. Then we're going to set this to null. Just going to UseState null. Nulls. Wow. Null. And then we're going to declare the variable first. So user variable. Then we're going to declare the function to set it. So for set user function. All right. So next we called the value of user. All right. And the function set user and the initial value is null. So now we use the functions to define the login and logout functions, right? So we're going to use this set user function to define the login and logout function. So the login function receives the user, and then we call set user and initialize it. So it receives an argument of user, and then we call the set user to initialize it with the user that it received. While the logout function does not have to receive any argument. So we'll just call set users and initialize it with null. All right, so let's implement that. So we're gonna get let's give some space, const login. All right, it's gonna take in a parameter of user, but you don't even have to wrap it. You just can go ahead and do this. All right, so we're gonna call set user function, and then this time it's gonna set user as user. All right. So now we're going to define our logout. So const logout equals to empty parameter, our function, because our functions are cool, set user, and then initialize it with null. All right. So now we're going to provide these values using auth context.provider component. The component will wrap the children props. So we're going to return auth context. So return auth context, and then we're going to use the .provider method. Okay, and then we're going to wrap this with children. Right. And we have to make sure we're getting this auth provider is actually receiving destructuring children. So we're going to destructure children from here. So we're going to destructure children. All right, and the provider component needs a value prop, which will be an object. This provider component needs a value prop, so we're gonna pass a value prop. Okay, and I say user login log out. This is the value prop. Alright, so now finally we're going to define a function that returns the value of auth context. So we declare a function called useAuth that returns the hook useContext, and then we initialize it with auth context. Remember to import useContext hook when we're doing this. So declare a function outside the scope. So I say export const use auth. All right. Oh, pass an empty parameter, our function. Okay, so we're gonna return use context. Please make sure use context is actually imported here. All right, and then we're gonna initialize use context with auth context. Now that we have auth context provider, and we have to put it in our app.js, we should wrap the entire component tree with this auth provider. So now we've defined this auth provider, we've got this use auth. We need to wrap our entire component tree with auth provider. In order to do that, we have to go to our app.js, and in this entire return statement, instead of this fragment, what we can do is auth provider. We gotta import it. Please make sure it's imported. Auth provider is imported from your component/utils auth file, and then we're gonna copy this. So instead of we're changing this fragment. Instead of this fragment, we're gonna wrap it with auth provider. So auth provider. So now we've provided auth to the entire component tree. So we now have access to user login and logout functions throughout our application. So we need to modify our login component, and this component needs to be able to accept username. So let me even check out the login components. Forgot what you did there. Login. Okay, so in our login, we got this button, and I believe it receives a prop. And we just receive a prop called on login and login. All right, we need to make this cooler. This is not cool. We need to make it much cooler. So we're gonna go to login, Control B. We're gonna get rid of this handle login plate. Gonna get rid of on login. All right, so we're gonna create a much cooler thing than this. We're gonna notice the structuring. Right, so login, and okay, so we need to accept username. So we need inputs to accept username, and we also have to create a state. So we have to import useState. You know what? Let's do that first. Let's import useState. Import. Oh my God. Import use state. There we go. From React. All right, and then we need to create a new state variable. So here, login, we're gonna go const array equals to use state. All right, and then we're gonna pass in an empty string. That's because we'll be replacing this. So we're gonna say user set user, which is equals to use state empty string. So this user variable and then this set user is a function, right? So now we tie the state to an input element. So we're gonna tie this state to an input element. We're gonna write the input element here. So input. Okay, see, this looks cool already. So input element, and you're gonna label this input element with usernames. Let's say username. Cool. All right. So this input element is type text. To assign it the type, we're gonna pass in the property of text of type text. All right. So username is an input element of type text. All right. So now we need to watch for changes in this. So we need to watch whenever our user is typing and watch for changes. All right. So in order to do that, we need to onChange. We need to call it the event listener called onChange. All right. We're going to pass in the events. We're going to use E to represent the event. We're going to say set user. So onChange event, set user, passing E dot target dot value. Okay, so now we're watching for changes. Then on change, we will get a code of the event and call set user, passing in the event dot target value. Next, we have our login button, and on click, this button would call a function handle login. I probably should have deleted handle login. So, unclick event listener. All right, we should call a function handle login. So let's define handle login because currently handle login does not exist. So const handle login equals to our function. Whoa. Okay. So let's define the handle login function. So now within the function, we need to call the login function from auth context. So outside of handle login, we have to call use auth, which will then be imported from the auth file. Then we're going to assign it a constant called auth. So we're going to go const, oh my god, const auth is equals to, we're going to call use auth now from our file. Now, please make sure useAuth is imported from the utils file. Right, and this is a function, so maintain. All right, so next we have to put useAuth in our handle login function. So we're gonna say auth dot. Now we're calling on the login method that we created, login user. So within the function handle login, we call off the login and pass in the username. Okay, so once we set the username, we have to navigate the user to the home page using the use navigate hook. So import the hook from React Router DOM. So import use navigate from React Router DOM. And then within the component, assign a variable to the use navigate function. So let's say const navigate is equals to use navigate. Okay, initialized. All right, and then within handle login, navigate to root. So within handle login, after handle login is done, navigate to the root. So navigate, call navigate, and then pass in the root route. Finally, add a login button in the nav bar. Login link in nav bar. So let's go to our app.js. Nav bar. You know what I want to do is create a new nav component because this is getting chaotic. So new file, nav bar.jsx. Sorry, just a little detour. This was getting a little bit chaotic. The nav. Just cut this up. Import this. to form nav link. Import nav link for React Cloud. Okay. Okay. Messed up a bit, but I think so. I'm gonna say RFC. All right. So as of this, we have we got to the render this not by yet. Sorry for the detail, guys. Just wanted to make this a little bit less bulky. Okay, so we got our navbar, and now let's add in a login to this. Wow, the amount of links we made. So Control B. This is gonna be login. And the link to login. Okay. We have configured the login route, right? Okay, so configure the login route. This is the link to login, and click on this way and login. Cool. All right. Next is, so we need to set a condition that this login should be shown when if the user is not logged in. It should be shown if the user is not logged in. So in order to do that, we have to grab auth. Okay, we have to grab use auth. So the same way we did it before, we're gonna do const auth equals to use auth. Okay, just make sure it's imported. Oh, sorry. Let's do this in the navbar. Let's do this in the navbar. I thought it was still there. So const auth equals to use auth from utils. All right. So now we set const auth use auth. So we're gonna write some JSX and we're gonna write some ternary operations. We're gonna do some ternary operations. So in the JSX, we're gonna say in a pair of curly braces, we're gonna say auth the user. If not auth the user, if the user is not logged in, which means if the user is not logged in, render a nav link to log in, and then configure. Okay, so instead of this, we're gonna have let's get rid of this. Okay, so we're gonna have this JSX. So we're gonna say if not auth the user, so not auth dot user and okay, so now we got the nav link. So if not auth the user, render the nav link. All right, so now the login route is already configured. Now let's display the logged in username in the profile component and add the logout button. So we're gonna head over to the profile component and display the login username. So in profile, when you say grab auth, we're gonna grab auth. So we're gonna say const auth equals to use auth. So we've imported auth. Please make sure this is imported. And profile, instead of saying profile, I'm gonna say welcome JavaScript and JSX auth dot user. Okay, there's no user set. So now let's add a logo button to this. So we're gonna say let's wrap this in a fragment. All right, So now we're gonna say button. All right, log out. So you have an event listener. It's on click. Oh, on click. All right, we're gonna call the function handle. It'll log out. So click. You're gonna call the function handle. Now, this is white because we've not defined the function handle logout. So let's define the function handle logout right now. So we're gonna to say const handle logout. Okay, our function. No props, and no argument, sorry, auth dot logout, call this. Okay, so whenever we call handle logout, then it's gonna call auth the logout. All right, so now after logging out, we want to redirect the user to the home page using use navigate. So let's define use navigate. So I'm gonna say const navigate equals to use navigate, call it, cool. Make sure it's imported. All right, so then after auth the logout is performed, we want to navigate the user to the root route. All right, so let's navigate to the login route. Let's try and log in. So I'm going to say Davy. I'm going to log in. Cool. And then let's go to the profile. And as you can see, it says welcome Davy. Perfect. All right. So let's click on logout. We need to protect this profile route. So we're not yet protected the profile route. So, but we no longer see Davy yet. So we definitely are logged out from this. So now we have to protect the profile route. So protecting a route should be a reusable piece of code, just in case we would want to protect other routes in the future. We need to first create a reusable wrapper component that decides if the user can navigate to the route or the user has to log in first. So in our components folder, we're going to create a new component. We're going to call it require auth.js. So require auth.js6. All right, so RFC. Cool. So within this component, we're going to grab the auth context. All right, it's a good thing we made that. So const auth equals to use auth. All right, now we grab the auth context. All right, so if not auth the user, then we're going to say if not auth the user, we're going to write if statements. If not auth the user, return the navigate and navigate them to login. So if it's not the user, we're going to return navigate and then navigate them to login. So right here, we're going to write if statement. So if, right, so here is going to be if not auth the user, we want to return navigate. We're going to import this from React Router DOM. So the navigate, and then we're going to pass it a prop. And that prop is going to be the to prop. So to string slash login. Cool. So we got our require auth function. So if the user is logged in, we will return the children prop. So destructure it So if the user is logged in, let's destructure these children props. So I'm gonna go to React require auth. We're gonna destructure it from here. So we say children. Okay. So we want to return this children. Instead of this div, we're gonna return children. So turn this to a fragment, Ctrl D. Okay, so fragment, and then let's return children. So children. Okay, so we've wrapped it in a fragment. Please make sure you're wrapping this in a fragment to avoid errors. Now in the app.jsx, we're going to wrap the profile component with require auth. So we're going to wrap our profile component with require auth in the app.jsx. So we're going to go over to our profile components. So we're going to import require auth. Make sure require auth is imported. Then we're just gonna move this and okay. So now we wrapped our profile component with require auth. Now when you try to navigate the profile component without being logged in, you're forced to go to login. So let's go to home, navigate to profile component. Boom, the sent to our login page. When you click on the back button, alright, when you click the back button, we'll see the login route again. Like when you go to the profile, we log in. Davy, let's log in. Cool. When we click on the back button, alright, we're not meant to see this. So we need to replace this. We need to throw in the replace true argument and replace this. So we're gonna go to our login component. Okay, so here instead of just having this, you enter comma, then throw in the replace true. So replace that boolean true. All right. So now when we log in, so Davy, log in and go back. Cool. We don't have that issue anymore. So we've added replace true. Now we don't see the login route when we click the back button anymore. The last thing we can do is redirect the user back to the protected route after the login. So, when they log in, they're usually taken to the home page. What we need to do is redirect them to the profile page instead. So to implement this, we need to work with states while navigating. And to do that, we need to use location from React Router. So implement use location within component and call the hook. So we're going to go to require auth. Let's head over to require auth. Okay. So we're going to set use location. So we're going to say const location equals to use location. Cool. Now on the navigate component, we're going to pass in the state prop. Okay. So in this navigate component, I'm going to pass in the state prop. All right. And then state is going to be an object. So state. All right. So now we pass in an object with a key called path, which is equals to location.path name. So let's say path location dot path name is basically the path you are in. So now we're gonna make use of the state in the login component. So at the top of the login component, make sure you've imported user location and invoke the hook. So let's go to the login component. Let's log in. So we're going to invoke this hook. So let's say const location use location. Cool. So we've imported use location and we've invoked the hook. Next, we have to check if the path is set on the state object. I use the same, use it as the same redirect path. So let's say const redirect path is equals to location dot state. So meaning check it, and then we're gonna say dot path. Then so we set a constant called redirect path, which is equals to location state, and if it's set access the path. That's what we're saying. If it's set with this, if it's set, access the path, and if it's not set, navigate to the root. Now we just have to pass the redirect path to navigate. So we got redirect path. Let's pass this into navigate. To replace, instead of this, we now have redirect path. Cool. And we created a profile route which should be protected, and we cannot access the profile route if we're not logged in. So, and then secondly, we implemented functionality to log in or log out a user with React context and provide the context value to the entire component tree. After we implemented the login page, we used auth context to sign in and navigate function to redirect. In the profile page, we use the same auth context to display logged in user and implement the logout button. Finally, we created the require auth component that checks if the user is logged in or not. If the user is not logged in, it redirects them to the login route. If the user is logged in, we render the children pop. We wrap any component that needs to be protected with the require auth component, and we use replace to prevent the user from viewing the login page after login. And we're using use location to keep track of our redirection. So this is how we can protect routes using React Router. All right. So in the next tutorial, we're going to learn about lazy loading, so we can optimize this bulky code of ours. All right. Thank you. Hello devs. So in the last video, we learned some pretty crazy thing like authentication and protecting of routes. Now we're gonna learn another advanced technique, which is called lazy loading. So lazy loading is a technique where components not needed on the home page or can be split into several smaller code bundles and loaded only when a user navigates to that page. It reduces the initial load time and improves performance. So let's lazy load our About Us page. So currently About Us is just this. Let's change this out. First, let me close out all of this. Open tabs. Very cool. Let's go to our About Us component. So in our About Us component, all right, cool. We can get rid of this. So now, right now, our About Us is pretty light, right? It's actually pretty light. So first of all, let's wrap it in a fragment. So we're going to make this about us extremely heavy on purpose. That way we could demonstrate why we need to use lazy loading. So we're going to say paragraph tag. Let's say lorem of 2000. That should be crazy. And boom. We can't even get to the end of this. Incredible. All right. So yeah, our about page is pretty heavy. So by the way, when you do lorem times a certain number, it generates a bulk amount of text when you hit enter. So let's see the bundle size when we download it. Let's see the overall bundle size of this. So we're gonna go to full page. Let's go back to all. Let's inspect element. We're gonna go to our networks tab. So in our networks, so to make sure, let's empty cache and then hard refresh. Cool. Now we emptied our cache. We've done a refresh. Let's check our about us. So, and about us is 38.8 kilobytes, which is heavy, and it's about 121 ms. And we're in the home route and we're loading the about us. So let's go to the about us and see what's up. So let's do this again for the about us. It's pretty heavy. So about us, the JSX, the same thing, 38.8 kilobytes, 161 ms, that's milliseconds. So we need to optimize this because this is too slow. And right now we're not noticing how slow it is because we have fast internet. However, for users with slower internet, it's actually not good to leave this slow. We need to speed this up. It's good for performance. 1, 2, it's disrespectful if you if you leave this slow. So we have to make this faster. To make this faster, we use lazy loading. And to lazy load a route, we need to use dynamic imports and React suspend. So we're going to dynamically import a route when we need it. We're going to dynamically import it when we need it, and then we're going to use React suspend. So to lazy load, right? Let's go over to our VS Code. So let's set this back, and let's go over to our VS Code. Okay, cool. So we're going to go to our app.jsx. So let's lazy load the about page. First thing, before we even lazy load, we need to completely get rid of this import statement. Where's our about page? Where is our about? Okay. So we need to get rid of this about import statement. Cool. So why are we doing that? Because we're going to dynamically import about page. And we're going to do that when we will import the about page if we need it. So, which is good because that wouldn't make sure this homepage isn't slowed down and the rest of the application isn't slowed down. So we're going to dynamically import the about page. To do that, we're going to say const lazy about. Okay, that's what we're going to name our variable. And that's going to be equals to react.lazy. All right. So we import React. We need to make sure we're importing React. Import React from React. Oh, made a mistake there. From React. Cool. So React.lazy. So React.lazy is a function that takes in another function as an argument. This argument calls a dynamic import. So, you know what? Let's remove this import statement from here. And let's move it to the bottom. So make sure we are calling it when you need it. So arrow function. So we're gonna say again it calls a dynamic import. So we're going to say import. And let's say route, which is ./component /about. All right. So we've imported this using React Lazy. That. So a promise is returned when we do this import. A promise is returned through simple statement. So we're currently having an error with about. That's because we need to change this about statement to lazy about. But before we do that, I want to tell you something. So a promise is returned. When we do this, a promise is returned by this dynamic import, which is then converted into a module that contains a default exported React component, which is our about component. So for us to be able to do this, you have to make sure you're using an export default function. This has to be export default. You can't use export const. This has to be a default export for us to use React.link. So if you use RAFC, you should change it to RAFCE so you can export default. Okay, so let's change it. Fix this error by adding lazy about. So lazy about. All right. So now we didn't see the error about a network again from home, but then let's go to let's check it again. Let's open our elements and let's go to our network tab. Let's refresh. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing we did. We're going to empty cache and hard refresh. Okay, so we're in the home. Let's look for our about page. And we can't see the about page. Let's head over to about us. Let's do the same thing. Empty cache and refresh. Okay. So we can see our about page is 38.8 KB, 451 milliseconds. But this wasn't like the case before. It was being loaded up in our home page. So now if users really need to look at this about page, this long about page, for whatever reason, how they can if they want to. So it's when they navigate to this route that they have to deal with this. But they don't have to deal with it if they're not going to that route. So it's not loaded up with the home page, which would have made the home page pretty slow. It's loaded up on its own. But I want you to note something. Let's go to home. Let's do this. Empty cache and refresh. Okay, when you go to the about page, I want you to notice something. There's an error here. And if you notice, this does not display as well. Okay, if you notice, this does not display as well. And it's saying a component suspended while responding to synchronous input. This will cause the UI to be replaced with a loading indicator. To fix, updates that suspend should be wrapped with start transition. So basically, this is just talking about React suspended. But when you reload this, this is gone. We need to prevent this from even happening in the first place. So I'm gonna go back here. We're gonna do suspension. And now we're gonna wrap this element. So this lazy about, you need to break this up. I'm gonna wrap this in a suspense. Say React. I'm gonna say React dot suspense. Capture suspense. Okay, so then cool. Now we need to pass in a fallback. So in case it's still slow to load, it's better for your user experience if you pass in a fallback for the user to see. So the fallback is a prop, and it's going to say, hold on, I am loading. And cool. So let's do this again. And this will completely fix the error. And then we can throttle the speed to see the fallback.
So we're gonna go back to here, aspect elements, the networks tab. Let's do this again. So we're gonna empty cache and hard refresh, and as you can see, the error is completely gone. So now let's see that fallback text. So we're gonna throttle speed. We're gonna click down here. We'll click on throttle speed. We're gonna choose slow 4G, right? And then we're gonna do the same thing. Empty cache and hard refresh. This will slow it down. It's meant to show the fallback text. Well, okay, so let's go to the home. This empty cache and hard refresh. So the home doesn't have the fallback text, but the about page has a fallback text. Let's wait for home to load. We saw the fallback text folder unloaded. Alright, so we've done learning about lazy loading, and lazy loading is really important to optimize your page in case you have a heavy page or your team has a heavy page. It's really important to optimize using lazy loading. So we don't want to force the user to load something they don't have to load if they don't want to load it. Right. So the next video and our final video, we're going to learn about transition animations, and we're going to learn a little bit of animations, nothing too fancy. We're just going to be using frame of motion for animations. So again, thank you. So in our last video, we learned about lazy loading. Now we're gonna do something really cool, and we're gonna learn about transition animations. So when you're transitioning between routes, it would be nice if we had a little bit of a transition animation. We're just gonna do this on, let's say, 3 pages. So let's just do it on these 3 pages: home, dashboard, and products. You can go ahead and implement this the way you want. So we're just going to do some basic animations with frame of motion, nothing fancy. So let's stop our application. To use frame of motion, we first of all have to install frame of motion. So to do that, we write npm I framer hyphen motion. Okay, so while that's installed, awesome. So we're done installing frame of motion. Let's start up our app again. So npm run dev. Okay, so to get started, the first thing we need to do is start off by importing the location. Use the location hook in our app.js sex from React Router DOM. So we will be making use of the use location hook. So we're going to declare it here. We're going to say const location is equals to use location from React Router DOM. Please make sure it's imported. Cool. So now we need to configure this in our routes. So we're going to head over to our routes right here. Cool. We need to modify this route. All right. So we're going to say routes location. Say location. And then we're going to set it equals to, well, location. So we're going to say location. Right. So we're going to have a key. Right. And the key is going to be the path. So we're going to say key prop location dot path name object. Right. Okay, so let's first import the motion component from frame of motion. So import motion from frame of motion. All right, so now we've grabbed the motion component.
the next thing, we will use two motion. We're gonna use two motion components, right? And then we're gonna to create the animation effect in our component. So we wanted to wrap our dashboard with it. So let's first of all wrap dashboard. Dashboard should be the first thing we wrap. So we're gonna wrap it in a motion. So we're gonna say motion dot div, right? So this is motion dot div, and close this out, and then motion dot div. And then we need to, this giving me an error because there's no fragment, there's no parent component wrapping this. So let's wrap this in a fragment. Cool. So we got our motion.div. Now what we want to say is class name. We say class name because we're going to apply styles to this. I'm going to say class name slide in. Then we're going to say initial. It's going to be object scale. We're going to scale from y0. We're going to start off scaling from y of 0. Scale y. Scale y is going to be 0. Sorry, that's O. Scale from y0. And then I'm going to animate scale. Scale y 0. And then we're going to exit at y1. So we're going to exit at a scale of y1. Made a mistake. A scale of y1. Cool. And then we're going to use transition. I'm going to explain what this means. So duration 1. We're going to add ease. So ease for this ease an array 0.22 1 0 136. All right, and then we can copy this and paste it in this motion there. But this time this is going to be slide out. All right, so we're going to change these values. So this is going to be scale 1. Is it a 1? Yes. Initial 1. Okay. So it starts from a scale y. It starts from a scale y value of 0 and grows to a scale y value of 1 during the animation. And this is controlled by the specified transition properties. And this is for the class name of slide in. And for now, similarly for the second motion div, which the class name of slide out, it starts with the full scale value of 1 and shrinks down to a 0 during the animation. And again, this is controlled by the specified transition properties. So we're gonna do this let's do this for home, dashboard. Let's do this for all our or you know what, let's just do it for 3 routes. Let's do home, dashboard, and maybe settings, just to see how it looks. But you can go ahead and do this for all your routes if you want to. So let's go ahead and do this for, where's home? Okay, home's right here. Cool.
Then we're gonna close the motion div. All right, we've added that to home. Let's do the same thing for our, let's say it's products. Products. Make sure the fragment is there, because when the fragment is not there, it's going to cause an error. Let's slide out. All right. Now, finally, let's add some CSS. So we're going to head over to our index of CSS. We're on this, we're going to add our own CSS. So I'm going to say dot slided, dot slide hyphen in, open this up, and then we're going to say position, now relative, position will be fixed. Okay, we're going to say top 0, let's say left 0, oh sorry, and then we're going to say width, let's say 100%, and then we're going to say height 100 VH, oh 10 VH, 100 VH, and then we're going to say background color, oh no, background, so background is going to be aqua. Why? Because I don't know, I like aqua. And then I'm going to say transform origin bottom. For the slide in, it's going to go from bottom, so transform origin should be bottom. And then we're going to do the exact same thing for slide out. It's going to be slide out. And then instead of the original change is the transfer origin, so this is going to be top, or maybe you can just make this, change this from aqua to, I don't know, aquamarine something. All right, let's see this and see how this works. So we're going to go to home, boom. We're going to go to dashboard, boom. Go to about, what are the route we put this on? Product, cool. When we go back, see the animation. Right, that is how you can add animations with framer motion. All right, and that is bring us to the end of our React Router learning series. The next step, we're gonna begin building our project. So thank you. Hello devs, welcome. I'm really excited to get started with our project, and we're gonna just apply everything we've learned so far. So this blog, we're gonna start with the blog app, and this blog app is gonna cover basic routes, nested routes, and we're gonna see how we can just mess around with what we've learned in a little bit more advanced way, right? So we're gonna set up our pages. We're gonna set up the blog page, the post page, and then we're gonna set up our route. And all right, let's get started. So first things first, let's go get our CSS, because I really don't feel like writing the CSS for a nav bar over and over again. Let's go over here. Sorry, we're gonna get this nav and we're gonna copy it. We're gonna close this out. Yeah, we're gonna close out our first application. We're gonna go here. So in our index the CSS, we're gonna remove this boilerplate, and then we're gonna paste our nav bar. All right.
So now let's run our application, and but before that, you can go ahead and remove this app, the CSS, if you want to. It's up to you, because our app is just going to be basic, but we're learning some advanced stuff. So let's get started. First, we have to enter our blog app directory. So we're going to do cd o2 blog -app. All right, knowing we're there, we want to run our application. That's npm run dev. For create React app, that's npm start. All right, so when our application started, we're going to open it up in our browser. All right, now our app is open up in the browser. Let's go ahead and remove this boilerplate code. So we're going to go to our app.jsx, and then we're going to clear up everything there. We'll remove this, and then we're going to just leave the fragment. All right. And then we'll do a h1 here, blog app. All right, so we're going to get started by setting up our components. We're going to create a new folder in our source directory. It's going to call it components. All right, and then in our components, we're going to create the blog component. I'm going to say blog.jsx rafce. All right, so just gonna write for now a h1 here. We're gonna write a h1 in a blog. We'll say blog simple h1. Let's create a home component. Next, we're gonna create the home.jsx. All right, rafce. Right, h1. Love that. All right. So back to this blog component, we're going to, outside of this, we're going to go const posts, right? And then we're going to create this object of post, and then we're going to go ID 1, right? This is going to be the ID when we're mapping this object. I'm going to title first post. Oh my god, sorry, I don't know. First post. All right, so we're going to copy this, and then we're going to paste it here. So this ID is going to be 2 this time around. And then this is going to be second post. All right, so in our blog app, now we're going to map this. So we're going to go UL. We're going to map this as a link. And then this UL, we're going to open this up. We're going to say posts.map. And then we're going to map the post to post. So we say post, and then we're gonna go like this. Sorry, gonna go like this. And then here we're gonna go li. So we're gonna bring li tag. Right. So our key is gonna be this post ID that we created up there. So we're gonna set our key, pass in the key prop, and then it's gonna be post dot ID. So our key is going to be post.id, and then we're going to import our link component from React Router DOM. Let's import that from React Router DOM. Import link from React Router DOM. Cool. So our link component is imported. Let's pass in the to prop. So the to prop is going to take in /blog. Then we're going to append this. We're going to concatenate post ID. We're going to concatenate post .id. All right. And we're going to close up our link. And then here is going to be post.title. Right? So now we're going to create a new component, and the component is the post component itself. So let's create the post component. New post.jsx RAFCE. Right. So outside of this, we're going to create post details. Call it const post details. And then we're going to one title. First post. Content. Content of our first post. All right, so we're going to copy this. Store this in. So this is going to be 2. This is going to be second. Then it's going to be second as well. All right. So we're going to go down here. We're going to import the use params hook. So we're going to say const post ID. This is going to be coming from our route when we configure it. Use params. Okay. We imported our use params hook. And then we're going to say const post. Right. And then this is going to be our post detail. It's going to be a post details. Then we're going to map this post ID that we just created to our post details. And all right, make sure the use params is imported above. And then here we're just going to create a simple H1. There's going to be post.title. And then a paragraph tag. There's going to be post. Oh, my bad. It's going to be post dot content. Now, we got to go to our app.jsx and set up our route. But before we do that, it's very important we do this. We need to wrap our components in browser router, which is going to help the history API and you know the rest. So let's import browser router. So I'm going to say browser router. All right. Make sure it's imported to both. Then you want to drag this guy over here. And our application is successfully wrapped in browser router. So now we're going to close our main.js. Then we're going to come here. And we're going to begin building up our routes, configuring our route. So first, let's import what we need from React Router DOM. I'm going to import, let's start off with routes from React Router DOM. Okay, so we're going to go like this. Let's import route. Let's import route. Wow. Can't type. Let's import route. And then we're going to import the link component. Let's get rid of this comma. Link component, route, link. All right, cool. So here, let's just be a nav bar instead. So tough. What's going on? And then we're going to use our link component that we imported. All right, just going to close this up. And I'm going to pass in the to property. And then it's going to be home. It's going to be our home route. Okay, so we're going to use this again. I can see the nav bar over here already. So we're going to do this again, but this time this is going to be blog. All right, and then this is going to be our blog route. All right, cool. Now we can't obviously navigate to anywhere because these routes don't exist. So the next step will be to set up our routes. I'm going to go routes. What is going on? Why do you keep jumping around? Routes. All right, maybe because I'm typing too fast. Route. So we're gonna go route, set up our route, and so in this we're gonna pass in the path prop, and then our path is gonna be our home, and then our elements, we're gonna import our home component. So you're gonna go home, import it. Please make sure it's imported from up here. Oh, make sure there's an equal sign. Sorry about that. Got the equal sign. And then we're gonna do this again and again. All right. So yeah, we're not gonna use absolute path for this. We're gonna use relative path, and that's because we're gonna be nesting this blog application. So make sure you import your blog component. Make sure it's imported. And then here is going to be our blog. This is the nesting. Post.id. Post ID. Now, if you remember in our post component, we use post ID and we use params to grab the post ID. And that's exactly where we got it from. So this is going to be our post. Make sure your post component is imported. All right. I think that's it. Let's test out our application to see if we got any errors anywhere. We go to blog. If we go to our first post, we got the content of our first post. We go navigate back. We go to our second post. We have the content of our second post. Wow, that's awesome. So we set up a blog. We use nested routing. We used our basic route, and we were using the use params hook to grab this post. Yeah, and yeah, that's it. So in our next project, we're going to set up the user management application. We're going to build a user management application. Okay. And that's it. Thank you. All right. So in our last video, we did the blog application. Now we're going to get started building our user management app. All right, so again, we're going to cd into our user management directory, which is O3 user management. Is it like a user hyphen management hyphen app. All right, now we're in our directory. So again, we're going to borrow our CSS from here because it will make sense writing this over and over again. So we're going to borrow the CSS here, close this up, and then in our user management application, we're going to paste in the CSS we borrowed. So we're going to clear out this boilerplate CSS, just like before. And right, let's run our app, npm run dev. While that's loading up, let's clear out this boilerplate React stuff. So we're going to leave just the fragments. Hello. Alright, work. Alright, cool. Just going to be that. Alright, let's open this up. Alright, so now application is started. So this user management app is going to be a practice for our dynamic routes topic we covered, and nested routing. There's going to be programmatic navigation as well. So, first off, we're going to set up our components, our pages, which is the user page, our individual user pages, and then the home page. Then we set up our routes. So, you know what? Let's get started. First, let's create the components folder in here. So we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it components. Right, in the components, we're gonna create the home application. So the home component. So that's JSX. So the contribute RFCE. Let's do a H1. So we're gonna be welcome to the user management app. Alright, so next up, we're gonna create our users components. Alright, and then that's gonna be the list of users with links to their individual user pages. Alright, that's awesome. So let's go users.jsx RAFCE. Cool. So we're gonna do a H1 here. H1 users. All right. So outside of our component, we're gonna create the user object. We're gonna say count users is equals to, then we say ID one name David. Let's give him David. Because why not? And just gonna copy this, paste. And then here is gonna be Sam. Alright? So these are our two users, David and Sam. Alright, so now you guessed it, we're gonna map this out. Just window UL. And then we're gonna map this, we're gonna say users dot map, obviously user. Map this to user. Then there we go. So we're gonna do our li, which the key is obviously going to be the user ID. So, but first let me do a link. Let me just leave that there. So, key, passing the key prop, which is going to be user dot ID. Right. So now we gotta import our link components from here. Import link from the router doing. So this link here. Okay. So this is gonna be user.name. So, and then in this link, we're gonna pass in the toProp, and then toProp is gonna be a concatenation of users slash concatenation user.id. All right, and then username. All right. All right, so next up, we've created the users components. Let's create the user component, which is going to fetch and display the user details based on the ID, on the user ID from the URL. So we're going to create the user component. In file user.jsx. So we're going to say RFCE. All right, so outside of this, we're going to define our user details, cost user details. So we're going to say one, name, David. I believe it was David and what? David and Sam. David. These are going to be details. Details of David. All right. So I'm going to copy this. And then there's going to be two. It's going to be Sam. Details of Sam. All right, cool. So next up, we're going to, in our user component, we're going to grab the user ID, which we have not actually defined, but we're going to grab the user ID from the parameter, user ID. So we're going to use the use parameter hook. Set it to use param. Please make sure use params is imported above. So next up, we're going to use navigate. So we say const navigate, because remember we're navigating programmatically. We're going to use navigate, make sure it's imported above, and then again, then we're going to say const user equals to user details, and then we're going to user ID. All right. Let's define another function that's to navigate back. You know what? Let's not do that right now. We can do that after. Let's go h1, which is going to be our user. It's going to be user dot name, and then the paragraph tag, that's going to be user dot details. The devil is in the details after all. So I'm going to say button, create a button. Okay, now we can define our function. Simply const handle back. Our function. Navigate. So in the button, we're gonna say back to users, and then we're gonna pass in. We're gonna call an event listener, which is the onClick event listener. And then we're gonna say handle back, pass in this function. So this navigate is gonna navigate us back to our users. All right. Anything else left here? All right, let's set up our routes. So before we set up our route here, we got to do something very important. We got to go to main.jsx, and we need to wrap this in browser router. So you know what? Let's go Ctrl D. All right, so browser router, and make sure it's imported. Cool. So let's close this up. Now we can begin, all right, messing up and setting up our components, our routes and components. So let's import what we need. Let's start up with routes. From React Router DOM, the router. Oh my God, why does this always happen? Then route. Then linked. All right, cool. So we're gonna move this hello at work. I know it's beautiful, but we gotta move it now. So this is gonna be a nav component. Then we're gonna import the link component. All right, and then we're gonna pass in the toProp. So this is gonna be our home page. And then the next one is going to be our users page. It's a /users. Worse. All right. So we're going to set up our routes. Look at route. So we're going to pass in our path prop. And this is our home page. So elements, style, home. So make sure you import your home component. Check above if it's imported. Alright. So we're just gonna do this separately. Alright, so here we're gonna use a relative link because I believe we're nesting. Yeah, we're nesting. So we're gonna use a relative link. Then we're gonna import our users component. Alright, make sure it's imported above. Alright, so we're nesting this. So there's gonna be users slash passing that parameter that we grabbed, which is user ID. Alright, and then this is gonna be user. So make sure you import your user components, and we're done. Let's check this out. So we go to our users, we can see David. We navigate to details of David, back. We go to Sam, we navigate to details of Sam. And you see how reusable this is? Like, we don't really have to do this over and over again, like creating a separate Sam component. This is really cool. So if you can notice the routing here, this uses one, everything's just mapped. All right. So that's the end of this tutorial. So in our next video, we're gonna build an e-commerce store, or a simple e-commerce store. And all right, thank you. Hello devs. So in our last application, we built out the user management app. Right now, we're going to get started on our e-commerce store. And this e-commerce store is basically going to be about the topics we've covered, which is dynamic routes, nested routes, and redirecting. So we're going to set up our pages, set up our routes, and yeah. So let's step into our directory to cd04 e-commerce store. Okay, I made a mistake. I said e-commerce store, e-commerce store. All right, so now we're going to start up our application. All right, so once your application, so let's replace this index to CSS with our nav index to CSS. All right, and then let's replace our app.css. Let's clear this out. Let's clear out the boilerplate code. So we're just gonna clear this, and then we're going right ahead to remove this paragraph tag. Then we're gonna do a h1 hello. All right, our app is running. So let's get started. Let's first set up our home. Let's create a components folder, and then we'll set up our home page. So components, then home.jsx, rafce. All right. So for this home components, it's going to be a list of our products with links to each individual product page. So we're going to go here, we're going to say const products, all right, which is going to be an object, const product, all right, and then we're going to say ID 1, name, shoes. And I say Nike shoes. I mean some Nike shoes. And then so product 2 is gonna be some baseball hat. Baseball cap. All right. All right. So now in our home components, let's render h1. of products. And then we're going to now map this object, and then we're going to create a dynamic link with this mapping. So we're going to say products dot map product. So we're going to map products to product, and then we're going to say li. The key is going to be our product ID. So we're going to pass in the key prop, and then that's going to be product dot ID. All right, and then inside this list, this order another list, we're going to have the link component. Let's import that. So we're going to say import link from React Router DOM. All right, so now that we imported the link component, let's use it. So yeah, we're gonna product dot name, and in the link we're gonna pass in the to prop, and then we're gonna do this. So it's gonna be slash product slash, we're going to concatenate product.id. All right, so we're done with the home component basically, and now we're going to set up our product details component, which is going to fetch and display the product details based on the product ID from the URL. All right, so let's create a new component called product details. Product details .jsx. So RAFCE. Okay, so in our product details, let's create the product detail object. So we're gonna say const product details. Let's say one. And then let's say Nike shoes. Say Nike shoes. Description. Let's add a description. Also Nike shoes. All right, let's copy this. And then this is going to be 2. Then this is going to be a baseball cap. Then description is going to be awesome baseball cap. Okay. Let's change this. Let's change to product detail. We named this the same thing twice. So let's change this to product detail. All right. So in the product details, we're going to use the params hook to grab something, and we're going to grab the product ID from our route. One URL, so we can grab the product ID. We've not defined this yet, but we'll get to that. So we're going to use the use params. Okay, we'll grab it.
make sure use params is imported. Import use params from React router DOM. I don't know what's going on with my auto import, but let's say const product goes to product details, and then we're gonna say product ID. All right, cool. So now what we're returning is, instead of this H1, we're gonna return and we're gonna say product the name. All right, and then we're gonna return a paragraph tag. It's gonna be product dot description. All right, so next up, we're going to create our cart component, which will display a simple message indicating that the cart is empty. So let's create the cart component to say cart.jsx. JSX. All right, so you're going to render H1 here. It's going to be your cart. And then we'll render a paragraph tag. Cart is currently empty. All right, so now we're going to create a checkout component, which is the last thing we're going to create. So we're going to create a checkout component, and this checkout component is going to display a simple message indicating the checkout process. So we say checkout.jsx RASCE. So this is going to be H1 here. Say checkout. All right, and then we're going to write the paragraph. So please enter your payment details. All right. So last thing we're going to do is set up our route. But before we set up our route, you already know we must first of all import browser router. So go to our main.jsx, close this up. We're going to change this React strict mode to browser router. And then we're going to import that. From React router DOM. All right. So now we've imported our browser router. Let's import the stuff we will need. Of course, we're gonna import routes first. From React router DOM. Then we're going to import router. We're going to import routes, route. And then we're going to import link. Okay. So now we have all we needed imported. So let's change this H1 to a nav bar. And then this nav is going to have link components. All right. And then we're going to pass it the to prop. And then it's going to go to home.
So let's duplicate this for our 3 routes. So the next one is going to be cart. And then the next one is going to be checkout. All right, now we're going to configure our routes. Then we're going to say route. Path / then we're going to import our element property. So let's import our home component. All right, just gonna copy this, make our life a lot easier. As you can see, the home component is already being rendered out. Let's do this twice, 3 times. I think we have like 4 routes. Yeah, I think we have 4 routes. So now this is gonna be a relative link because this is gonna be the product details. This is going to be the product details. So say products / then remember the ID we're grabbing. So it's going to be product ID. And then the element is going to be the product details. So make sure these are imported above. So the product details. Then right here is going to be the cart component. Import the cart route, and then make sure you've imported the cart components. And then finally we're gonna have the checkout. You know what, let's make this cart relative. Then we're gonna have this checkout. Let's make the checkout relative as well. Now this checkout route, checkout, and then we're gonna import the checkout component. All right, so let's test it out, make sure everything is moving smoothly. Let's go to our cart. Cart is currently empty, so our cart routes works. Our checkout routes work. Please enter your payment details. So let's check out product. Awesome Nike shoes. Go back to home. Baseball cap. Awesome baseball cap. So everything works. We've set up our routes correctly. We've set up our products. We set up our checkouts. Everything works, and we're pretty much done with this. We're done with this. Right, so the next application we're going to work on is the recipe app, and then we're going to have a search bar in the recipe app. So, all right, thank you. In our last application, we built out an e-commerce store. Right now, we're going to work with some searching. We're going to use search parameters, and we're going to build a recipe app with search. So we're going to use search params. We're going to fetch data. We're going to create dynamic routes. So we're going to set up our search result page, our home page, and then set up our routes. So first and first, let's step into our directory. So it's going to be 05, the recipe, search app. All right, so we're gonna start up our application, npm run dev, and in our search app we wanna go into our index of css, just clear this up, put our nav css, and then our app the css clear this out, and let's clear out our app.jsx. Return a simple hello world. H1 hello. Oh. Hello. All right. So let's open this up in the browser. Let's open up our application in the browser. All right. So get started by creating our home components, which is gonna render a simple welcome message with and then our home component is gonna have the search input. So we're gonna go to our home. We're gonna create a home first of all. We're gonna create a components folder, and then in components folder we're gonna create home.jsx. Right. So then we're gonna create our home component. So we're gonna say rfce, and then let's return a h1, and then it's gonna be recipe search. All right, so we're gonna pass in an input bar. We're gonna render an input bar. It's gonna be an input bar. So closing, and then the type of this input bar is gonna be text. And then the value is gonna be query. And then on change, we now have an on change event listener. All right. Okay, so let's define query. Let's use state. Let's import use state hook. So import the use state hook. Sorry, could just do that from here. Import React use state. Okay, let's import the use state hook, and then const equals to use state, and then this is going to be an empty string. Okay, so we're going to initialize use state with an empty string, which is going to be query. Then we're going to set query. So the variable for the use state is going to be query, and then the function is going to be set query. And then let's import navigate. So let's say const navigate equals to, we're going to import use navigate hook. So we're going to import the use navigate hook from React router done. So to import use navigate from React router done. All right. So let's create a function for this navigate. Let's create a navigate function. So we're gonna say const handle search, and then our function say navigate. We're gonna pass in something. We're going to pass in our search query. Equals to, now whatever we set as the query here, it's going to be passed in. So we're going to concatenate the search query to this query. All right, that's pretty cool. So what else? So let's modify this on change and get rid of that error. So on change, we're gonna watch out for the event. We're gonna listen for events. So we're gonna say set query, and then we're gonna call e.target.value. So .value. So the query is gonna be the change in this input. So the input bar, whatever the changes in the input bar, is going to be what we're going to set the function. We call the function set query to set the new state of query as the input, whatever is in the input bar. All right, so let's add a placeholder. So in the placeholder, we're going to say search for recipe.
Okay, and then let's add a button. And then this button is going to be search. And then we're going to add an event listener on click. So on the click, we're going to call handle search. Okay, and let's create the search results component. I think this is it for our homepage. So let's create the search result component. So we're going to call it search results.jsx. So let's RAFCE. We're going to import, let's start off by defining our listing, let's create an object for recipe. Let's say cons recipes is equals to, let's say ID 1 name, let's say pasta. Then we're going to say ID 2, and then we're going to say name pizza. We're filling Italian. So pasta and pizza recipes. So let's map this here. Let's render H1 first. H1, you can say search results. And then now we map it. So we're going to create another list. And then another list, we're going to say results.map. Then we're going to pass in, we're going to say recipe. Oh my god, sorry, this search results. This is meant to be results.map results. So this results.map recipe. Result.map recipe. Then we're gonna say we'll create an li, and this li is gonna be our key. So it's like key, and then recipe.id. All right, and then here is gonna be the recipe name. So it's gonna be recipe.name. Okay, so within our search result component, we're going to const search params. Let's create search params. Search params equals to use search params. This is going to be imported from React Router DOM. I don't know what's going on with my import statements today. They're not importing again. I'm going to have to check that out after this video. So import use search params from React Router DOM. Okay, now we define our search params. Let's define our results. Const. We're going to use state hook for this to keep track of the results. Equals to use state what's going on with you? Use state. All right. So the global variable is going to be results. Then the function is going to be called set results. Okay, and then we're going to say const query equals to search
params. Then we're going to call the .get function. You can remember the .get function. And then we're going to get query. And you gotta fix that. All right. I think we're done. We're almost done. I think we need a use effect to fetch data. So we're gonna call import use effect hook. All right. So we're gonna simulate fetching data or fetching results. Fetching search results. So we can say const filtered recipes. It's equals to recipes dot filter recipe, the recipe dot name dot to lowercase. We're gonna use lowercase. Then use the lowercase function dot to lowercase. And then we can say dot includes then query. Say query dot to lowercase. There will be the lowercase. And then we're gonna say, all right, this was a whole lot, but we're trying to like stimulate fetching the recipes. Then after that, obviously, once this is done, we're gonna set results finally, and then we're gonna pass in filtered recipes as the result. Then this is gonna be query. Okay. And now we just define our routes. Let's go to our main.jsx and import browser router. Browser router. And import that. From React router DOM. All right. So now in our app.jsx, let's set up our routes. Let's import what we'll be needing for our routes, and that will be. We're gonna import some basic stuff from. We're gonna import routes from React router DOM. Then we're gonna import routes. Then we're gonna import link component. All right. So instead of this h1, I'm gonna render nav. In the nav bar. Okay. Oh my goodness. So in this nav bar, we're gonna render one link, a single link, and then pass in the to prop. Truth prop's gonna be /home row. All right, let's define our route. So we're going to say routes, and then I'm going to say route. This is bad route. All right. So we're going to pass in path prop, and then this is going to be home. Let's say element equals 2, and then this is going to be home. Right. We didn't import our home component. This did not import our home component. So now we've imported our home component. Okay. Look at the search bar. Search bar is rendered well. Let us create the final route, which will be the search results route. So we're gonna come here. We're gonna change this up to search results. But first, let's define the route. Let's just say search. Then the element is gonna be search results components. Please make sure it's imported. And now we define the route. So let's search for our recipes. We have pasta. Let's try to search for pasta. So pasta. The query is working. We do have an error somewhere. Let's check it out. Use state is undefined. Use state is undefined. Oh my god. We didn't import use state. Use state. Let's try this again. Alright, let's try searching again. We're going to search for pasta. And we have another error. What now? Use effect. Let's import use effect. React, and then results is not defined. We didn't define results. Let's make this an array. Okay. All right, we need to fix this. We're supposed to map the results. And recipes is not defined. Recipes is defined. We made a spelling error with the recipes. Okay, I think that's it. That should fix all our problems. Hopefully. Alright, I think that should fix everything. We just made some minor errors. Alright, pasta is working. Let's check for pizza. Pizza is working. Alright, so you can increase this. You can have as much recipes as you want. This is how you can build a recipe with a search bar, and it works pretty much. We also fetch data with use state, use effect. We built out this was wholesome, and it was awesome as well. So in the next application, we're going to be building a tax manager, and this tax manager is going to have some CRUD functionalities. All right. Thank you. Hello, Dev. Right. So in the last tutorial, we built a recipe app with search. And in this video, we're gonna be learning about, we're gonna build a tax manager app, and we're gonna look at some CRUD operations, that's create, read, update, delete operations. And then we're gonna look at dynamic routing and programmatic navigation. So we're gonna set up our pages, our routes. We're gonna set up our tax details page, create a tax page, edit tax pages, and then we'll set up our routes. All right, so let's get started. First, let's create our home component, which will show a simple welcome message with a list of tags. So let's get started setting this up. So we're gonna head over to our source directory. We're gonna clear out the boilerplate CSS that's there. We're gonna paste our own CSS, which is just for the nav bar. Then we're gonna clear out the app, the CSS as well. Alright, so we're gonna step into our directory first. So it's a cd 06 tax manager. Tax manager app -app. Okay, once we're in our directory, we're gonna type npm run dev. Alright, now our application is running in the background. Let's open it up in the browser. Our application is up and running. Let us create our home component. Let's go to our app.jsx first and move this, and then create our home component. Alright, so in our source directory, we're going to create a components folder. We're going to create a new folder, call it components. In the components folder, we're going to create our home page. It's going to be home.jsx. Alright, cool. So this home page is going to be a simple welcome message with a list of tasks to do. So we're going to say rfce. Alright, and then we're gonna display H1, call it tax manager. Alright, and then let's create our tax to manage. So we can say const tax is equals to an object, then say ID 1, title, create home component. Alright, let's do this again. To create tax component. Alright, so now we set up our objects with the tax. Now what we need to do is map this object to another list. So do another list, then we say tax dot map to tax. And then we set li as the key. And here is going to be
link component, but let's just leave it li now. Say key prop. So the key is going to be receive tags.id property. So the tags.id is the key. Then now the link, we're going to import the link from React Router DOM. So yeah, now we've imported the link. And here it's going to be tags.title. In the link, we're going to pass in the toProp, and then we're going to say /tags/ and then we're going to concatenate. We're going to concatenate tags.id. All right. All right. I think we're done. Okay, I think we're done with this. So the next step, we're going to create the tags component, and the tags component is going to have a form which will allow us to create a new tags. So in the components folder, we're going to create a new file. That file is going to be the create tags component. So it can be create tags.jsx. Right. So rfce. Since this is going to be a form, let's just import useState immediately. Because we'll be using states to keep track of this form. So page 1 of create tags. Cool. So let's render an input. We're just gonna take in our input. So input bar. Then the input bar is going to have a type search, type property of text. It's going to have a value of title, but we've not done that yet. Then we're going to have an unchange event listener. Right. So this creates some state variable. You know what? Let me do placeholder first. So it's going to have a placeholder of tags title. Is it here? Let's create some state variables. So say const equals to use state. Then we're going to initialize this with an empty string. So say const title, then set title. Okay. Use state. Then we're going to say const another use state equals to use state. Again, we'll initialize it with an empty string. Okay, and then this is going to be const description set description and then I'm going to say const navigate. Then we're going to import the use navigate hook, the use navigate hook from React Router DOM.
and then we're gonna just initialize it. Okay, so we're gonna write a function. We're gonna write a function called handle submit. This will handle our submit logic. It's gonna receive an empty parameter. It's gonna be an arrow. We're gonna be logging to the CLG. We're gonna be doing some console.logs here. Move the space up. Okay, cool. So we're gonna be logging a string creating tags. To say creating tags, then we're gonna pass in title and description. So we're gonna be logging the tags that we create. Yeah, let me make this one title. I don't know why I spelled title like this. Okay, sorry. Yeah, make sure there's a comma separating this. Alright, so after that we're gonna pass in navigate, and then this navigate is going to take us to our root folder. Then down here we're going to change the value and unchange. So the value of this is going to be title, and then unchange is going to receive an event. Okay, and then the event title, and then set title is going to receive e.target.value. So the value of set title is going to become the value typed inside this input, right? That's the tags title. And then we're going to create a text area. So text area. And this text area again is going to receive a value prop, and then this is going to be description, and then unchange. So an unchange event listener, which is going to receive that's event, and then it's going to receive set description the target dot value, right? So we're gonna have a placeholder. Placeholder is gonna say tags description. Cool. So now we need a button to submit this. So that button is gonna call submit. Oh, let's call it create. And then this button is gonna receive an event listener called onClick, and then we're going to call handle submit function when the button is clicked. All right. So we're done with the create tags component. We need to create a new component, and that component is going to be the tags details component. So the tags details component is going to display the tags details based on tags ID from the URL. All right. So let's create a new component and call it tags details. Oh my god, I forgot the JSX. So it's going to be tags details.jsx. So we're going to say RFCE, and then do HYR. So above this, we're going to write our tax details. Let's say tax details. Let's call it tax detailed. Right, so one. The title. Then title is going to be tax 1. We're going to be generic about this one. Then description. Description is going to be description of tax 1. So we're going to copy this, do it again. This is going to be tax 2. Description of tax 2. Alright, cool. So yeah, this is going to be tax.title. This is don't worry, we've not created the tax variable yet. So the tax variable is actually going to come from const tax, and then we need to import something. So we're going to import use parameter. So we're going to say import use params from React router done. Right. So const tax is going to equals, we didn't do something before this. So we're going to say const tax ID. Tax ID is going to equals use parameters, and then we're going to initialize the use parameter. So const tax now is going to be tax details. And then tax ID. So we're going to have tax ID here. Alright, so now this is going to be tax.title. So we're getting this tax.title. And then we're going to have a paragraph tag, which is going to be tax.description. Alright, so now we need to create the link. So let's import a link component from React Router DOM, of course. So we're going to create the link. This link is going to be called edit tax, and then we're going to do passing the to prop. I'm going to concatenate some values. So we're going to say slash tax slash tax ID slash edit. Okay, we're done with the tax details. Simply you have an error. It's expecting an expression. Yeah, oh my god. There was no parameter. Sorry guys, there's not meant to be a parameter here. Messed up. There's no parameter here. Alright, this is supposed to just contain this. There's not meant to be a parameter there. Alright, cool. So now we have to create another component. We're going to create, and this is the tax details component. So, and then this link goes to the edit tax. So now we actually have to create this route, which is the edit tax. So we go to components, and then we're going to create a new file. It's going to be edit tax.jsx. Alright, so this edit tags is going to be a form to edit existing tags. So RSCE. Now from React, I think we're going to import useState to keep track. Not callback. UseState. Alright. So we have a H1 head edits tags. I think we're going to copy this. So we're going to get tax ID. Say const at tax ID. You know, let's make sure every tax is in sync. Let's make this tax one. So I'm just changing this up so that all the tags will be in sync. Error. So tax ID. This is going to be use params. We're going to import use params hook. Alright. So then I say const navigate. We're going to be importing use navigate. We're going to use state right now. So we're going to say const equals to use state. And then we're going to pass in tax details. Then tax ID. And then we're going to dot title. Okay, and then in here is going to be title, set title. Then I say const, create another state variable, const description, but let's do this first, equals to use state, initialize it. And it's going to be initialized with tax detail, then tax ID, then dot description. Okay, so then here is going to be the description, set description. All right. So I think we're done with the state variables. There's some space here. So this edit tax component is going to have some input and then a text area as well. So let's say input bar text area element. All right, so this input bar is going to be a type search. A type, keep messing this up, text. Type text of value of title. And then on change, we're going to have an event lister on change. And it's going to receive an event, which is E. And then we're going to call set title. And then we're going to pass in
the E, the target, dot value. Alright, and then we'll have a placeholder, since a tax title. Alright, our text area is going to be similar, but we're going to have a value. And the value is going to be description. And then we're going to have an event listener. It's going to be on change. Oh my god. Can be on change, and again it's going to receive an event. Right, so it's going to be set description, and then I'm going to pass e dot target dot value. Call placeholder. The placeholder is going to be tax description. Alright. We're going to have a button that's going to be save. Supposed to save tax when we're done editing it. So we're going to have an event listener that's going to be on click. And then we need to call handle save. No, we actually have to define handle save. So here we're gonna go like const handle save equals to an empty parameter and then we're just gonna say console clg also the log. We're going to concatenate some values, so we just say updating tax, and then we're going to concatenate tax ID, and then we're going to concatenate title, title, and then we're going to concatenate description, and then we're going to use navigate. This. I think we imported use navigate, right? So we're going to navigate after this. So after it's done logging, we're going to navigate to the tax /ID. So we're going to call navigate, and then we're going to navigate to /tax, then concatenate tax ID. Alright, I think we're done with the edit tax component. Now let's define our routes. Alright, so before we define our routes here, let's head over to our main.jsx, and then we're going to import browser router, say Ctrl D. So import browser router from React Router DOM. Make sure it's imported above. Then we're going to go to our app.jsx and begin defining our routes
it's the final piece of the puzzle. So we're going to import some stuff. We're going to import routes first from React Router DOM, then route, then the link component. Oops. All right. So we're gonna have a nav bar instead. Nav bar. So you're gonna have a link. So this one is gonna receive a toProp, and then this toProp is going to link to the home page. And then we're gonna say home. So the next one is going to link to the create tags. And then passing 2 as well. This is going to be /tags /create. Okay. So now we'll define our routes. And then so we're going to say routes. So within the route, we're going to define our route. Okay, so we're going to first create the home route. So we're going to say path. We're going to pass in path. Then we're going to import our component inside this element. So we're going to say home. Make sure it's imported above. So now we define home. We're just going to copy this. I'm going to define 3 more routes. 1, 2, 3. All right, so this one is going to be a relative link. It's going to be tags /create, and then the element is going to be create tags. It's going to be a create tags component, and again, make sure it's imported above. And this guy, it's also going to be a relative link. It's going to be tags. This is where we're going to get the ID from. So it's going to be tags ID. And our element is going to be tax details. Again, make sure it's imported above. And then this is going to be a relative link as well. It's going to be tax. This is tax. Sorry, there's an S here. Tax details. So this is tax. And then this is going to be tax ID /edit. Okay, and then this is going to be edit tags component. Okay, make sure that's imported. All right, let's test this out. So we're going to go to the create tags component. And the create tags component, we're going to create a tag called new tags. Just open up our console.log because we're basically logging these values. So let's see it when we're done. Oh, we have an error. E is not defined. Where is E not defined? We have an error. Chunks. Where is E? Okay, I'm not seeing where the error is from. But let's try creating new tags. New tags. Created 1. Say creating tags. Now, new tags while I created 1. So it seems the create tags works. It logs the value properly. Let's test out. Let's navigate to tax 1. description of tax 1. Let's try and edit tax 1. I'm going to say not the description of tax 1. We're just going to change this out. Not the description of tax 1. Alright, let's look at our console. So when we save this, we get an error. Tax ID is not defined. This is code in our edit tax.jsx. Alright, so we have an error. Tax ID is not defined. So we're going to head over to our edit tax, figure out what's going on. Saying tax ID is not defined. We need to first of all move this handle safe. Yeah, this handle safe is outside. That's a big no-no. Made a mistake. Handle safe should not be outside the scope. That should possibly fix this. So I'm gonna inspect again our element or reload this. Call this new tax. You see new tax 1, description of new tax. When hit save, okay, updating tax 1, new tax, description of new tax. Alright, let's go back. Let's navigate back to home, tax 2, description of tax 2. Let's hit edit tax. Now the values doesn't change per se, but it does log when we do something new. So like when we go back, it's not going to show a new value, but it's gonna not log it. It's gonna say new tax 2, description of new tax 2. When you hit save, it's gonna say updating tax 2, new tax 2, description of new tax 2. So we're logging the values, but there's no change here. There's no change here either. The same thing is for tax 1. There's no change here, but we are logging the values. So we're logging the values instead of like updating this. But everything pretty much works as it should work. Everything is working nice. It's cool. Alright, that's it for the tax manager application. And then for our final project, we're going to build the multi-step form with navigation. That's it. Thank you. Hello dev. Alright, so in the last project, we built a tax manager app. Now we're going to get started building the multi-step form with navigation. This multi-step form is going to cover nested routing, programmatic navigation, and handling form state. I'm really excited because this is the last project that we're going to be building. All right, let's get started. So we're going to open up our file. I already created this components directory. You can go ahead and create your own components folder. We're going to edit our CSS, index the CSS. Remove this, paste our navbar. We're going to move the app to CSS. Then we're going to clear out the boilerplate code. But before that, let's run our application. So we're going to say 7 alt step form navigation. So we're going to step into our directory. Then we're going to say npm run dev. So while that's enough, let's just clear the boilerplate code from our app.jsx. And then, okay, our app is already running. So now we just have to open it up in the browser. Okay, so let's open it up in our browser. Alright, so our app is open in the browser. In our components folder, let's create a new component, call it home.jsx. Okay, so we're going to say rfce, and then h1, have a h1 tag that's going to say multi-step form. Right, this is where our form is going to start from. So this is the multi-step form. We're going to import the link component, link from React Router DOM, import link from React Router DOM. Okay. So we're gonna have a link, and this is gonna be start form. This link is supposed to link us to where we're going to start our form. And then we're going to pass in a to prop. And then this is going to be /form/step1. So this link is going to take us to step 1. Now let's define step 1. So we're going to create a new component. We're going to call it step1.jsx. Okay, and then we're going to say rafce, and then we're going to have a h1 here, say step 1. So this is going to be the first step of the form. Then we're going to have an input. Then we're going to have a submit button, and then this button is going to be next. Not really submit, it's just supposed to navigate us to the next step. Then this input is going to be of type search. Type text. Why do I always make this mistake? Type text. And then the value. I guess I built too many search bars. So the value is we're gonna get the value later. We have an event listener on change. Right, so we need to import use state. So go use state from React, and then step 1 we're going to define our state variables and say const use state, and then we're going to initialize this with an empty string. So we'll say const data set data. Okay, and this is initialized with an empty string. Then we're going to say const navigate equals to use navigate. We're going to import the use navigate hook here, and then we're going to create a function for our button, which is going to call const handle next, which is going to receive an empty parameter. And then it's going to receive navigate, and it's going to navigate us to /form/step2. Then we're going to be passing in state, then step 1 data, step 1 data, set it to data. All right. Okay, so you didn't set this. So this is going to be data. This value is going to be data. Then we'll have an event listener, which receive an event E, and then we'll call. We're gonna come out here. Then we're gonna call set data. Then we're gonna pass in E dot target dot value. Oh my god, why do I always jump there? Dot value. Alright, we're gonna add a placeholder. And then it's gonna be enter data for step 1. So we're gonna this button will have an event list now. And click. We're gonna call handle next for this, and I think that's it. I think we're done for step 1. Let's create step 2. So in our components folder, create a new file, step 2.jsx, and then we're gonna paste what we have for step 1, which is going to change this to step 2. Couple of stuff will change for step 2 as well, but this is going to be navigate to step 3, and we're going to import use location here. Say const location equals to use location from React Router DOM, and then we're going to append location dot state to step 2 data, and then this is step 2. Okay, sorry, this is 3 dots to append this. All right, so we got types text data, each target of value, enter data for step 2, handle next, which is going to navigate us to step 3, and then we're going to copy this and we're going to create our step 3 components. So we can create a new file, step 3.jsx, and then I'm going to paste this. I'm going to change this. Then this is going to be step 3. Alright, so our step 3, it's almost the same thing. This is going to head over to summary instead. Our summary, and I believe this should be step 3. Enter data for step 3, and that's pretty much it. So we're gonna create our summary components. There's no need to copy this. We're gonna create that one from scratch. So we're gonna create our summary.jsx. This is going to summarize everything we've entered in the form so far. Okay, and then let me say RAFCE summary. We're going to have a H1 tag with summary. You have a paragraph tag, step 1, data. We need to create, import this from, we need to use location. So we're going to import this from our location state. So we're going to import step 1 data from location state. Let's also location dot date. Okay. In order for us to use location state, we need to import use location from React Router DOM. Let's set up our location variable. So we say const location equals to use location. All right, so this is step 1 data, step 2 data, step 3 data. All right, so you're going to step 1, step 2, step 3 data. Then we're going to return these data like this. So we're going to step 1 data. Let's copy out this 2, 3. So here's going to be step 2 data. Here's going to be step 3 data. Okay. So I believe we're done with summary. Now let's define our route. So we're going to head over to our main.jsx to define our route. To create browser router, we need to wrap our application always in browser router. So we're going to import browser router. All right. And that's going to even enable us to do map our location properly. So in our app.jsx, we're going to define our routes and have everything pretty much set up. So we're going to first of all import on what we will need from React Router DOM. So we're going to import routes first from React Router DOM, then route, then link. All right. So this is going to become a mouse bar and mouse bar. All right. And then you're going to be our link component. Say link. We'll just have good link. And then this is going to be called. So we're going to pass in the to prop. And in this to prop, it's going to be slash. So let's define this route. Let me create the fragment again. And paste that fragment here. All right. So here we're going to have the routes. Okay. And then we're going to have route. We'll pass in the path prop. And then this is going to be this. And it's going to map. The element is going to map it to our home component. So make sure you imported home component above. And then we're going to copy this. Going to paste this a couple of times. Save us the work. Just going to be about 5 times, I believe. 4 or 5. So this guy is going to be a relative link. It's going to be form/step 1. And then this is going to be, we're going to import our step 1 component. Step 1 from components. And we're going to do this for you as well. From step 2. And import our step 2 components. You have to make sure it's imported here. And then we're going to have form. I'm just paste this again. Step 3. And then we're going to import our step 3 component. Again, make sure it's imported above. And then we're going to have our summary finally. So when you say form, this is going to be summary instead. And then we need to import our summary component. So make sure it's imported above. All right, we're done defining our routes. Let's test this out and see if we have any errors. If we have an error, we'll fix this. So we'll click on start form. We're gonna enter data for step 1. We're gonna enter hello. This is step 1. Then click on next. Hello. This is step 2. We're gonna click on next. Wow. This is step 3. Click on next. And we're having there's an error. What's going on? So we do have an error. It says step is not defined. And this accorded up to JSX. Or up to JSX. Step is not defined. Step 2 is not defined. Okay, so we got an error. Oh, okay. This is supposed to be step 1 data. This is going to be step 2 data. And then this is going to be step 3 data. Alright, I think I figured out what was going on. Okay, let's see if this is going to fix it. I'm going to home. We're going to go to home. We're going to start our form. We're going to say, I am step 1. Step 2. Let's just see if this works. Step 3. Okay. Seems we fixed it for step 1, but seems that step 2 and step 3 is still having issues. So many components. Step 2 data, step 3 data. Okay. So this is a small letter, and then this is definitely a small letter. Alright, I think we fixed it. So hello, step 1. Hello, step 2. And then finally, hello, step 3. Alright, we're done. We were able to handle navigation and render out the pages. We did have a little bit of an error to fix, but we were able to fix it successfully. Alright, this is the last video in this tutorial. It's been really awesome, guys. I'm really happy to finish this up. And thank you.